All right, here they come.
Yay. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. This is exciting. Ooh, so pretty. Oh, there's Lisa Hudson. Oh, there's Sabrina. This is cool. Seeing everybody pop in. Hi, friends.
Hi, Megan.
Molly. Hi. So great. Oh, there's Jules. Sorry.
Good morning
Oh my
from
gosh,
Ukiah.
this is so fun. Yeah. Hi, Janet. Your hair is beautiful. Nicole is there. I see Garrett, Terry, Hall, Kelsey Patrick. Oh, this is so fun. Thank you, everybody, for joining. We're going to give a few minutes here and let everybody hop on. There's Jimmy, all the way up there.
Daddy, Mama, Daddy,
Karen,
Mama,
Irene.
Daddy. Guess what Mommy brought? A new Lego.
Everybody who's joining right now, you want to, until you want to talk,
We can play with it right now.
volume on mute. If you guys could put it on mute, and you also want to pin B4BC live. Yeah, perfect. And we're going to be controlling your view on Zoom. So if you guys have any issues or you can't see or there's some technical difficulties coming up, please hit us up in the chat. We have Frankie on the back end and the transitions crew in LA. So they'll try to best troubleshoot anything that comes up for you. So please feel free to hit us up in the chat space if something's happening. We'll just give another couple of seconds here. Do you feel like everybody's flowing in? Welcome, everybody. Thanks so much for joining. There's people from everybody here. So exciting. Yes. Hey, it's almost 10 after. Well, I'm going to start, I think, here. And I'm just going to give a little bit of an intro to myself and Boarding for Breast Cancer. This is our first production like this. We generally are in person, like the rest of the world, I guess, if you will. We're in person, we're meeting, we're doing these retreats, these wellness retreats that I know mean a lot to our community, but they mean a lot to me because I get to get, women together, connecting in the outdoors, which is my medicine. Even before my own cancer journey, the nature has always been my medicine. I started out with B4BC in the early 2000s, in the middle of my snowboarding career. And I started out, as an athlete ambassador. They had a be healthy, get active prevention message that I really aligned myself with. I had a grandmother who had managed breast cancer, then lung cancer. And so this was an easy message for me to align with. I started doing, with my girlfriend Barrett, we started doing wellness retreats that involved yoga because, again, snowboarding was our medicine, and fundraising to have young women with breast cancer being able to join us. And then the years went on, and it's been almost 15 years of me curating these retreats, working with sponsors and partners, and with Boarding for Breast Cancer that allows us to do these outdoor retreats, whether it's in the mountains or the ocean. And nature is medicine type retreats. And again, I feel like our best work, even as humans, is in person, and it's a challenging time. And so I didn't want to wait until next year, and when the laws might change and gatherings might happen again, and things are going to shift, to be able to speak to this survivorship community, which means a lot to me. It means a lot to us at Boarding for Breast Cancer. And even now, after my own breast cancer journey, after the birth of my second child, I'm 7 years out from that diagnosis and treatment. And it's been this survivorship community that's inspired me and truly, brought me and continues to bring me to the space of wanting to learn more, wanting to know more. I feel like now that this prevention side is just as important. So is the survivorship side. I feel like I've met too many young women, especially who have been diagnosed with cancer, who I thought I did everything right. I thought I ate healthy. I thought I exercised. I thought I lived that lifestyle to get me through cancer. So now you have cancer, now what? And I feel like there's a really big need in our community side right now to know how we can support ourselves. And that's really what these wellness retreats are about. It's a vast subject. It's a big, heavy subject. And these retreats, and especially these gatherings, allow me to not only learn more about myself, but to share with the community. And so here we go to this first virtual wellness retreat. And I'm grateful for everybody showing up. I invited my friend Carrie to join. Carrie Keating is somebody, she's a mother, she's an entrepreneur. She has podcasts, topics ranging from wellness and health to mamahood. And I'm going to let her introduce herself. Thanks, Carrie.
Oh, thank you so much, Megan. I am so incredibly honored to be here. Like Megan said, I am a mom of 3. I am huge into, taking care of yourself, mind, body, and spirit. And I've built a really beautiful container around that. I'm just going to remind everyone to also just mute your lines so we can be respectful of the sound so everyone can hear what's going on. I know it can be hard to manage Zoom, but I feel
for breast cancer stuff.
Zoom conversations, and we want to just be respectful. So thank you so much. But yeah, I'm really excited to be here. My father was diagnosed with prostate cancer a couple years ago, and he survived that. My beautiful cousin, Lonnie, passed away from cervical cancer just 2 years ago. And I'll tell you one thing, that they survived, they thrived, they experienced their experience, but it was made whole by the community that they were in. All of the people that they met along their journey, and the places and spaces that they could plug into helped them so tremendously. And so when Megan invited me to this space, this really sacred space, number one, I felt so incredibly honored, but number two, I felt really prepared. And I'm just really excited to help facilitate these conversations, bring a little fun into these conversations, and just be a part of this community. So thank you so much, Megan, for having me.
Yeah, Carrie, awesome. We're going to dive right into some yoga here, some yoga movement. And I want to introduce Tracy. Tracy Lynn is somebody who's been coming to our in-person retreats for the past few years. She's based out of Southern California. She, I love, when I read her bio a number of years ago, it was a trauma-based yoga movement. And I really appreciated that, because especially after surgeries, after my arm is stuck over here, I really felt I needed somebody who was going to help me move my body and who really speaks to that. And Tracy's been coming to our retreats for a few years. She's well-versed in healing. She's well-versed in yoga and movement and sound. And I'm excited to introduce her to you. I'm going to let her talk a little bit about what she does, but I'm sure she's going to encourage you to get on your mat, get comfortable if you're feeling it, or just ride along with us. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, Megan. Thank you so much. And thank you everyone for joining in with us today. Whether you feel comfortable moving or not, I think that you can still benefit from what I'm going to offer, even if it's just doing the breath work in the very beginning. When I say that I am trauma informed, I believe that trauma is something that can take place within our body, within our minds, and within our spirits, especially coming from the lens of working within cancer and breast cancer. I think movement is one of the ways that we can reclaim our agency and reclaim ownership in your body, because having a cancer experience can feel like your body is not yours. Especially after any type of surgery, you kind of feel like you're getting back to something before. So I want this movement to be empowering for you. And I want you to feel like you are the captain of your own ship. So I'm going to be offering things for you today if you don't want to do them, then don't do them. Yeah, think of yoga like a buffet. You take what you want and then you leave the rest behind. So if you are willing, if you are able to move today, then I want you to just get some space onto your mat. Even if you're sitting in a chair, you can do this beginning part of breath movement, but we are going to start seated. And just a cute little warning, my cat really likes to join yoga. So if you see my cat kind of milling about throughout the whole thing, she really enjoys moving with me. So if it doesn't feel comfortable just sitting on your butt on your mat, then you can prop yourself up with a blanket or a pillow. There you go. And I want you to roll your shoulder blades down your back, broaden across your collarbones. And if it feels comfortable, close your eyes. As we set off into this virtual journey together, I want you to drop into an intentional space. Anything that we do with intention, I believe, has a sense of permanence within us. And when we move and when we walk and when we talk in this world with intention, it again comes back to this ownership of the self. I invite you to take a big breath in, the biggest breath you've taken all day. Expand your lungs and then exhale out of your mouth. And I don't want you to be afraid to make any noise today. Be as noisy as possible, yeah? Again, big breath in, fill all the way up to the top. Breathe three-dimensionally into your lungs. And then exhale out. Nice. One more time, just like that. I want you to breathe all the way up to the top. And when you get to the top, pause. Sip on one more sip until you're at this max capacity. And then exhale, let it go. Good. And then continue a normal breathing pattern here. Inhales through your nose and exhales out of your nose. And imagine your sit bones are pulling energy up from the ground beneath you, and that the crown of your head is pulling down energy from above, meeting at this center, this core, this heart space and solar plexus area. And I want you to take 5 more breaths here at your center. I'm going to join you on my mat. You want to join us, kitty? I think that was a yes. And when you finish off that 5th breath, I want you to drop your chin towards your chest, still staying tall through the spine. So I don't want that to let you round. Still stay tall. And we're going to take these really gentle head rocks. Right ear over towards your right shoulder. Chin back to center, left ear over towards the left shoulder. So we're getting into some muscles and some tissues in the back of our neck, potentially the trapezius muscle, connecting all the way up into the occipital lobes where the ocular nerve resists. And if there's a sticky spot, I want you to stay in that sticky spot and investigate a little bit. Yeah, see if you can maybe drop a shoulder to encourage some softness there. Yeah. And once you've tended to all those sticky spots, we'll bring ourselves all the way back up to a neutral. Cap your hands to the fronts of your shin bones. We're going to do a seated cat-cow here. Propel the chest forward, open up your collarbones. Maybe you look up towards the ceiling. And with your exhale, we'll negate that. Curl the tailbone underneath, round the spine, drop the chin towards the chest. Hopefully that feels really good on the posterior line of the body. Again, inhale, lift up your chest. Nice, and with your exhale, rounding and contracting. We're gonna do one more of those seated cat-cows. Good. The next time your heart goes forward, I want you to draw a big circle for me. Take up space. Ribs are going to go over to the left, behind you, and to the right. So I want you to scoop out the scenery around you. Yes, I'm seeing these circles. I love it. I like to imagine I'm in the middle of a peanut butter jar and I'm getting all the little bits. Let's reverse these Sufi grinds. Move into the opposite direction. Tending to your right side, to your left side, all of the hemispheres. Good, we'll take one more big circle together and then we'll move into a tabletop position. Now you can move over the fronts of your shin bones to get there. Or if you're like, hey, my body doesn't move that way, you can sit off to one side. And then I'll have you spread out your hands nice and wide. Index fingers want to point towards the upper hand corners of your mat. And we're gonna move through cat-cows again. So reach the heart space forward. And with your exhale, round the tailbone down, contract. Good, now we're gonna be here for about 10 seconds. So if you want to add on some different patterns of movement, I encourage you to do that. Yes, good. And by different patterns of movement, I mean like circles through the chest or swaying your hips side to side. I want you to get a little bit of freedom in those hips. Ooh, look at these moving bodies. I love it. Nice. Rounding out these 10 seconds, last 3. Good, last 2. And 1, open up your knees wide, bring the toes together, sit back into your child's pose. Now, if for whatever reason, tissue trauma in the shoulders and the breasts inhibit you from reaching your arms forward, then you can bring the knees together and rest the arms down by your side with the palms facing up. It's called embryo pose. That can be a super safe space for you to rest. I like to rock my forehead side to side in child's pose, massaging the third eye center. And I want you to breathe into your back body. Yes, gorgeous. Looks like everybody's going for that arms forward version. So let's adapt this a little bit. We're gonna shift our fingertips and arms over to the left-hand side of our space. So we're getting into a side body stretch. Nice. Think about one long line all the way from your right middle finger down towards that right hip iliac area. Breathing into the side body as if it were an accordion expanding. Let's walk our hands back through center and over to the other side. Good, explore your space. Move beyond the confines of your mat. That rubber rectangle, it's just arbitrary lines, yeah? Breathing into the side body. Good. Let's take it back to center. And we're gonna shift into tabletop position again. So back onto all fours. Let's take downward facing dog from here. Tuck your toes beneath you and lift your hips up and back to the sky. Yes. And take your sweet time here. Pedal out your legs, wiggle your hips side to side. Oh, I see dogs joining in. I love it. They're always so curious about this movement. Yeah. Hey, give your head a little shake no for me. There it is. And really soft shake yes. That's it, everyone. Now, if your hamstrings are a little tight, this might be a tricky transition. So you can take a lot of steps to get to the top of your mat, but we're gonna step both of our feet behind our wrists. And let's hang out in this forward fold together. Let the entire upper body dangle towards the earth. Your legs don't have to be straight. Bring a bend into that knee. Good. Yeah, I'm seeing some variations. I like that chest expansion. If it feels okay across the chest, hands can come to the low back, interlace, lengthen the arms. You can just let arms dangle, thumbs to the elbow creases. Now, whatever variation you're taking, I want you to let it go. So let the arms go down towards the earth. We're gonna take a really slow roll up, like we're moving through molasses. Bent knees, let the upper body hang dangle while you bring it all the way up towards a standing position. Good, once you get all the way to the top, roll out your shoulders a few times. Good, arms rest by side. Rotate your palms to face the front of your space. Inhale, reach the arms all the way up towards the sky. And with your exhale, hinge from the hips, forward fold. Work your way all the way back down to the mat. Now we're going to introduce a new shape, halfway lift. I want you to lengthen out through your spine. Hands can come onto your shin bones. They can come onto your thighs. Maybe you're feeling really open and the fingertips touch the earth. Good, forward fold, take it back down. Soften your knees. We're going to do that rolling spine 2 more times. Roll up to stack 1 vertebra at a time. When you make it up to standing, sweep your arms up to the sky. Big inhale. Exhale, forward fold. Open up the arms, hinge from your hips, flat spine. Nice. Halfway lift, lengthen. And with your exhale, fold. Last one, cutie pies, bend your knees. Start to roll up and stack. Oof. I'm a little sore potato today. Inhale, sweep the arms up to the sky. Exhale, open up the arms. Swan dive all the way down towards the earth. Good, halfway lift, lengthen, listen up for me. Left foot is gonna step to the back of your mat. Now I want you to lower your left knee down towards the ground. If you're on a hardwood floor like me, you can make a little mat taco and give yourself a little more support. Let's lift up and stack our shoulders up above our hips. Now I want you to take your hands together, interlace them, and press the palms down on top of your right thigh. We're gonna move into your left side hip flexor here with some cat-cows in a lunge. I know that sounds kind of interesting, doesn't it? Now I want you to get some depth into your lunge. Let the elbows bend. That's an inhale breath. Exhale, curl the tailbone underneath, press into the thigh, lengthen out through the arms. So you're creating a posterior tilt in your tailbone. Hopefully your hip flexors feel that. Inhale, do the opposite. Open up the chest, bend the elbows. Good, exhale, round, contract, press. Let's do this one more time. Inhale, open. Good, good, good. Exhale, press. Nice, now neutralize your tailbone and spine. Sweep this interlace up towards the sky. Big breath in. With your exhale, release the hands down towards the earth. We're gonna move into half split. Lengthen your right leg out forwards in front of you and invite the toes towards your face. Now we're gonna make some hip mojitos. I know it's never too early for a hip mojito. I want you to rock your toes to the right and to the left. So it's like a little windshield wiper. Yeah, good. I like this red onesie situation on the screen. Yeah, girl, I like that. Woo. Good, let's keep those toes pointing up to 12 o'clock. Walk both of your hands, if possible, to the outer right-hand side of your mat. So we're getting into your IT band here. Yep. Walk your hands back towards the center of your space, so you're reframing the foot. We'll bend into your front knee, tuck your back toe, lift up the back knee, and we'll pivot all 10 toes to the left-hand side of our mat, so we're in a wide-legged fold. Good. Side to side, bend into your knees. We're getting into the inner thighs. And again, if there's any sticky spots, I encourage you to linger in those spots. Now meet me all the way in center. Think about lengthening your spine like a halfway lift. Hands can come onto your hips. Let's come all the way up towards a standing position. Nice. Now turn out your feet so my toes are pointing towards the outer hand corners. We're gonna put our butts on a Ferris wheel this morning. Sounds like fun, doesn't it? Bend into your right knee, swoop the hips down, bend into the left, back through center. So we're just gonna take these circles through the hips. I know this isn't probably your traditional yoga, but I don't really teach traditional yoga. I just do what feels good. So hi, welcome to Feel Good Movement. Let's take these Ferris wheel circles in the opposite direction. Ooh. Good morning. If you're wondering what that popping sound is, it's my knees. Don't be alarmed, they're fine. Good, last 2 of these. And then let's take it all the way back up towards center. Good. Now let's pivot all of our toes towards the front of our space, and we'll step our left foot forward next towards the right. Top of our mat, samastitihi. Good. Bend into your knees, sit back into a little imaginary chair. What if it's like those kindergarten chairs? You know those tiny, tiny little micro chairs? Ooh, that's how tiny that chair is. Reach your arms forward in front of you or hands towards heart center. Now I invite you to close your eyes here for me right now. Focus on the feeling you are feeling in your thighs, yeah? Trust your thighs. Sit a little bit deeper. One inhale. With your exhale, forward fold. Let that go all the way down towards the earth. Now we're going to hang out in this forward fold for a while. And I'm going to offer up some different variations. You can grab your big toes in this fold. So this is your Padabhustasana variation. You can do Padahastasana. Palms are going to touch the bottoms of your feet. So you're just kind of standing on your hands. If you would like to do a heel scoop variation of that, same thing, scoop, scoop under the feet. If you're like, Tracy, I don't touch my feet, then you don't have to. Like I said, okay. So whatever variation you got there, stick with it for 2 more breaths. And then we're gonna do all that work on our left-hand side. All right, my darlings. If you've got hands under your feet or heels, let's release them. Adjust your feet back towards a hip width distance stance. Halfway lift, lengthen your spine. With your exhale, we'll step our right foot behind us so that we land into our low lunge. Lower the knee to the ground. I made a breakfast taco, so I'm going to do that with my mat here. And then walk it up towards that lunging position. Hands are going to come to heart. Interlace, press the palm down onto the top of my thigh. Now we're going to work through those cat-cows in our lunging position. So get a little bit of a deeper bend here into the thigh. My elbows are going to bend kind of intuitively here. And with your exhale, press into the thigh, pull back, lengthen the tailbone underneath you. Say good morning to your right hip flexor. Again, inhale, open. And with your exhale, pull and press. Nice. Let's do that one more time. Open up the chest. Exhale, round and press. Good. Now neutralize your tailbone. Sweep this interlace up. And then release it. And we'll go into our Ardha Hanumanasana, half split. Left leg lengthens out. Ooh. All right, check out your left side pedicure. Listen, I haven't had one in a while, so it's a good thing there's not a camera on these toes. Let's go side to side windshield wipers with this left foot. I hope y'all are feeling this. I'm always feeling this one on a pretty intense level. And then constantly encourage yourself to tap into your breath, especially when things get uncomfortable. Try to recruit the parasympathetic nervous system a little bit there. Now let's have those toes pointing up to 12 o'clock. We'll walk our hands over to the left-hand side. That's an IT band right there. Take your hands back towards center. Bend into your front knee. Lift up your back knee. And then we'll pivot all of our toes towards the right-hand side. So now you all have this very interesting shot. Same little bend, side to side. Hopefully getting into the inner thighs. Good, now let's center yourself. Lengthen out like you're in this halfway lift position. Hands onto your hips. Let's bring you all the way up towards a standing position. Turn the toes to the outer corners of your mat. And then I want you to bend into your knees. Now we're gonna hold this position right here. Good, hold into that position. And I want you to take your arms right in front of you like this, like you're holding up a book in front of you. And then open up through the arms. Inhale, exhale, close the book. Good, inhale, exhale. Heart opening, chest opening. Good, and you're still in that second position, yeah? Second position meaning just dance terminology, yeah? Good. Ooh, I'm getting a little bit sweaty and warmed up in this, that's good. We'll be here for 3. Nice, last 2. Good, and then 1. Hold the arms out, connect your index and thumb together. So I want you to make a little mudra here for me. Bend a little bit deeper into your knees. Let's take just 5 tiny bounces. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Press all the way up towards standing, spread out through the arms. And then release. We'll pivot all 10 toes towards the top of our space. And then step there. Right foot next to left. Samastitihi. Bend into the knees. Let's work into chair pose. Arms towards the upper hand corner. Or hands can come towards heart center. If you feel like you want to have a little fun with your ankles today, then I want you to peel the heels up and off of the mat and sit a little bit deeper. Good. There's strength down there in that piece of your body, okay? Stay with me. Inhales and exhales. Good. For 3. Nice. For 2. And 1. If those heels are lifted, lower them down and forward fold. And then again, we're going to stay in this forward fold for a little bit. So if there's something you explored on the first side that you want to go back to, then I encourage you to do that. Good, we've got one more little kind of flowing section of this, and then we're gonna take it down to the ground. So hooray for that. All right. Let's open up the feet back into a hip-width distance apart. I want you to show me a halfway lift, lengthen out through your spine. And with your exhale, fold to plant your hands. Let's step back to a high plank position. I know we're not gonna do many of these. I promise, pinky swear, Scout's honor. Breath in, inhale. Exhale, downward facing dog. Lift your hips up and back. Now just 3 of these body waves with me. Listen, lift your heels, contract to roll forward into high plank. And with your exhale, downward facing dog. Again, roll forward, high plank. Good, exhale, down dog. 1 more like that. Inhale, roll forward. Exhale, downward facing dog. Adho Mukha Svanasana. Left foot stays on the ground, right leg is going to lift up a little bit, a lot of it, wherever it goes. And then I'll have you open up the hip, bend into the knee, try to stack the pelvis. Good, square off, lengthen your leg, draw knee towards your nose. Ooh. Let's see if we can get that foot between your hands. If it doesn't make it there on its own, place it. Nice. Pivot your left heel down, warrior 2. Arms are gonna reach out into a nice little T shape. Energy lines out through your fingertips. If you need to dance through your shoulders a little bit to get you in the mood here, that's what I like to do. Now let's take our gaze over the right middle finger. Right palm to sky, reverse warrior. Open up your right side body. Good, take it back to your warrior 2. And let's lengthen out our right leg. We're gonna make a shape called Trikonasana. Show me the sassiest hip you've had all 2020. Good, start to lean towards the right hand side. Hand can rest on top of your shin bone. Hand can touch the ground. Maybe you brought your yoga blocks to your practice today, and you can place a yoga block underneath your hands. Try to find some support in the muscles around the legs and the hips. Good. Cycle of breath in and cycle of breath out. Nice work. Let's bring it all the way back to a warrior two. So rebend into your front knee for me. Good. One more reverse warrior. Open up right side of your body. And then let's come back to warrior two. Now I want you to walk in your left foot a couple of times, just a couple of times. Lengthen through your right leg, so that front leg again. Start to rotate your chest to the front of your space. We're gonna move into a revolved triangle. Perhaps you shortened up the foot where it feels more like a revolved pyramid. That's okay. If your arm's like, nope, doesn't move in that direction, it doesn't do that, hand can rest onto your hip here. Think about trying to push the right hip bone behind you. Stay in that twist, last 3. Nice, last 2. And 1, bend into your front knee, pivot off your back foot, drop your left knee down to the ground, and I want you to stand up onto that knee. Good, untuck the toe. Open your right leg out to your right hand side. So you're kind of in this like goddess warrior stance, yeah? Kick straight through the right heel. So I'm gonna open up towards you so that you've got a visual on this. This is the shape you're making out to your right hand side, yeah? Open up the arms into a T shape, just like you were moving into warrior two, except you're doing this over towards your right hand side. Right hand down, left arm reaches up. This is called gate pose. So good. Let's bring you all the way back up. Hinge the hips back behind you. Take your hands to the ground. Now, I like to make sweeping kind of movements and shapes through this. We're gonna go into a modified wild thing, so it's not too much stress on the chest. Sweep the right leg behind you. Drop that foot back, open up your chest towards the sky. And then let's return. Right foot steps back, left foot steps back, and we'll come all the way down to our bellies on the ground. Ooh. The knees can kind of guide you there and be that soft little space there for you. Once the palms are onto the earth, I want you to peel your chest up. Feel the crown of your head extend back, extend towards the top of your space. So this is a great little modified version for upward facing dog. If you prefer doing an up dog, you've got that in a practice of yours, you want more back bend here, then walk the hands down, push the arms straight. Big inhales. However you want to get there, downward facing dog. Pike the hips up and back. Good, we're gonna go through our final flow here. Left leg is going to lift up. Open up your left hip, bend into your left knee. Nice. Let's square off the hip, lengthen through your left leg, draw the knee towards your nose, and step through to a low lunge. Good, pivot your right heel down. Virabhadrasana 2, right arm is going to reach back, left arm is going to reach forward. Now again, I told you I encourage a little bit of dancing into that upper chest, into the hips to get you settled into this shape, yeah? A little chaos, a little something right here. Now take your eyes over the left middle finger. Flip left palm to sky, reverse warrior, open up left side body. Ooh, kitty, go through the washing machine. And then take it back to center warrior 2. Lengthen out through your left leg. We're gonna do that triangle shape again. Sassy hips, lean towards the front of your space. Left hand can rest onto the shin bone, right arm reaches upwards. Now think about pulling the right hip back and the left hip underneath you as you take this shape. Good, let the hips support you. One more breath in. And breath out. Let's go back to our warrior two. We'll do one more reverse warrior. So flip your left palm up and over. Nice. Come back to your warrior two, and let's shorten up our stance with the right foot. Lengthen through your left leg. Turn your chest to the front of your space, and we'll do that revolve triangle. So right hand comes down, left arm reaches up. Good, 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 good. Ooh. Hi, IT bands. Hello, hello. Now, if the arm reaching up is a little ouchy on the chest or arms, hands can be on your hips, but we want to rotate the chest open. Nice. Yes, I know this is an intense one. It's a lot of balance. So any adjustments you need in your feet, make it happen. Yes. Good. I love seeing the blocks being used. Let's return our left hand back down towards the earth. Soften into that left knee. Pivot onto the right toes and lower your right knee down towards the earth. Good. Stack all the way up into your tall stance here. The top of my right foot is on the ground. I'm just going to step my left foot out to my left hand side. Amazing. Now we'll lengthen out through the left leg. My toes are pointing up to the sky. So this is external rotation. Arms reach out to a T like we're in our warrior two, but then we'll move into our gate pose. Left hand down, right arm reaches up. Good, one more breath for me here. Let's bring it all the way back up. Place your hands onto the ground. So I gotta kind of hinge back to move into that safely. We'll spin on our right knee. Left leg is gonna work behind us. Modified wild thing. Heart up towards the sky. Good, yeah. Just work safe. Yeah. Nice. Now let's take it all the way back towards the ground. Left foot steps back. Right foot steps back, shift forward, lower all the way down to your belly again. Good. Try to squiggle your hips a little bit behind you. Open up your feet to the width of your mat and place your hands to the outsides of your mats also. Fingers pointing out at these outer angles. Press into your fingertips, lift your palms, lift your elbows. Lift up your chest just a couple inches. Now go very, very slow for me. Left shoulder wants to dip, look over to your right hand side. Nice, take it back up. Right shoulder dips, look over to your left. Good, take it back to center. How much space do you want to create here? You can push into fingertips to get more of a back bend. And then let's lower everything back down to the ground. Good, we'll do that modified chaturanga version. So legs come in a little bit closer. What do you want? Do you want bhujangasana? Would you like upward facing dog? And then we'll meet in our very last downward facing dog. So hips lift all the way up towards the sky. Now I know it's a lot for the shoulders, but I want you to take 5 breaths here, yeah? Inhales and exhales. It's your very last down dog hold. Everything from here on out is passive and on the ground. So this is like your last little of exertion today. So good. One more big breath in here. Good, and breath out. Step to the top of your mat, and we're gonna make our way all the way down to our seats. So you can sit off to one side, lower yourself down. I know sometimes getting to the ground from there can be a bit of a journey. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, so good, everyone. From this seated position, I want you to have your feet forwards in front of you on the ground. We're gonna take a nice gentle twist here. I want you to windshield wipe both of your knees over to the right-hand side of your space. So you're in this double stag sun star position here. Right hand will plant behind you. Left hand is going to rest on top of your right knee. Broadening your chest to the back of the space. Inhales and exhales. So good. Let's unwind your twist. Take both knees back through center and over towards your left-hand side. Good. Right hand is onto the left knee. Left palm is pressing behind you. I like to rest on my fingertips. It helps me stay a little bit taller in this twist. Good, let's take it all back to center. Now you can hold on to the backs of your legs as you lower down onto your back, or you can reach your arms forward to give yourself a little bit of a challenge. But let's move all the way down onto our backs. Feel the shoulders and hips inchworm just slightly beneath you. And walk your heels in a little bit closer towards your buttocks. We're gonna do a couple of pelvic lifts here, just to get into that front line of the body. So press into the heels, bridge pose, lift your hips up towards the sky. Arms are down by your side body. I like to walk my shoulders a little bit underneath me. If you were comfortable with chest expansion shapes earlier, hands can interlace beneath you as you lengthen through the knuckles. I like to imagine my tailbone working towards the backs of my knees, inner thighs down into the center of my space, outer thighs wrapping up. If your hands are underneath you, release them. Lift up high onto your tippy toes so the heels are up, and starting from your upper spine, roll down one vertebra at a time, releasing your pelvis on that bottom beat. Heels to the ground. Let's do 2 more of those pelvic rolls. Lift the hips up to the sky. Lift up high onto your stiletto heels, and then roll down one backbone at a time. Good, you've got 1 more just like that. I want you to feel every inch engaged, just like you're a snake shedding its skin, working out of that. Ooh. Now, once your pelvis makes it to the ground, invite both of your knees towards your chest, but wide around your ribs. This shape is called Uttanasana, double wind relieving. Sometimes it feels good to rock side to side here. Sometimes it feels good to move the knees. So you're kind of making these circles here in your hip sockets. Good, and try to reverse those circles if you're taking them. Good, all the way back towards center now. Let's lengthen both of our little leggies up to the sky. Let me see those stems in the air. Good, circle out your ankles, snap, crackle, pop for me. I've got those old dancer ankles. They like to talk, you know? Now let's also reach your arms up, and I want you to just have some buoyancy in your joints here. Almost like you're just kind of dangling or kind of like seaweed underwater. Good, now let's bend the knees, but take them wider on the ribs 1 more time. Happy baby is the option we're going for here. So I'm gonna receive the outer edges of my feet. You can grab lower onto your legs. You can even just grab your pants. Maybe you're a little hip voyager like me and you want to lengthen through legs. You want to straddle out. Whew. I'm feeling pretty hippie and open from all those triangles. So if you're in the same boat as me, you can take those shapes. But I want you to find some contentment with where you're at today. No judgment if something doesn't go according to what you see on your screen. Drop back into the self. Now let's take both of our knees back to center. And we'll drop into a twist. Both knees over to the left-hand side. Good. Right shoulder wants to anchor down to the ground. Again, perhaps you get some little pops and twists. And I want this to be a lazy twist. So even if your knees have stopped stacking, that's okay. Perhaps the knees aren't even making it to the ground. Encourage the right shoulder to be rooted to the earth. Now, external or internal rotation could feel better, depending on that shoulder, or if any of those extensions or goalpost shapes are just too much in that area, then you could just rest the arm by your side. 2 breaths. Nice. Good twist, everyone. Once you finish off that second breath, let's peel you all the way back to center. And we'll take that same exact rotation, but to the opposite direction. Two more breaths, that's all I need. Oh my gosh, I see that Sharon's here and that just makes my heart explode. Hi, Sharon. Sorry, everybody, I didn't mean to scream. All right, let's take it back to center. I want you to give yourself a hug. So gather everything up into a little ball. Maybe you're able to get so tight that you're able to give your knees a kiss. 1 kiss for the left knee, mwah. 1 kiss for the right knee, mwah. Big inhale. And with your exhale, let it go. Everything down to the mat, heavy, heavy, heavy. If there's any residual tension in the low back, then you can bend your knees here in your Shavasana. And I want us to fake a yawn together. So take an inhale and yawn it out. Get some oxygen into your brain. Keep some space between your teeth and take the tongue off of the roof of the mouth, letting it sit in the throne of your jaw. I invite you to take your left hand onto your heart and your right hand onto your navel. And I want you to breathe in so that you rise to meet your palms. And exhale out. Everything underneath your palms is magic. Everything beneath your palms is made of stardust. Thank you for trusting me with your body this morning. I love you all, even if I just met you. Namaste.
Namaste, Tracy. I hope everyone enjoyed that. I love you, Tracy. Thank you so much. Thank you, Here to Be. Thank you, Tracy Lynn. So now we're going to let everybody peel themselves off of their mat. Yeah, that was awesome. I can see everybody getting themselves back together. And so I'm gonna dip right into chat a little bit as we lead into our next facilitator here. For any of you who know who are dealing with a health crisis, whether it be cancer or otherwise, you need a team. You need the doctors and people that are going to help you find your way, light the path, and inspire you, if anything. For me personally, I started with a shaman. I had a radiologist, I had an oncologist, I had a chiropractor, a yoga therapist, 2 different surgeons, 2 different Chinese doctors. I had this team. And so I'm really excited to introduce this next speaker, Dr. Gurdev Parmar of Fort Langley, BC. And I know so many of you, I can see B smiling. I know several of you have also had the pleasure of having him as a doctor as well. He's been a huge impact on my own version of what healing is and what wellness is. And those ideas around, believing in myself just as much as this team did. And so he really helped me and his entire team at his integrated health clinic, helped facilitate all of this for me. He is an integrative abno doctor. He specializes in oncology. He is a world-renowned author and speaker, and he specializes in topics like tumor microenvironment, as well as hyperthermia, which we're going to talk about in this next segment. So without further ado, we're going to dive right into Dr. Parmar and his recorded segment with me here. And just so you know, if you guys have any questions, we'll be receiving questions throughout this pre-recorded segment. We have a live chat with Dr. Parmar. He's going to pop on with us right after his pre-recorded segment. And so we'll be answering as many questions as we can in our time. And just don't worry if we don't get to your question. We get all these questions to the doctor. He'll answer those within a week, and we'll be able to email you those answers. But we'd love to see you. So when you guys type in those questions as they come up through this segment, we'd love to see you. You're welcome to speak to the doctor in person. And if you're not feeling it, you just leave a message and Frankie will make sure that we don't pull you up on a video screen there, or you can just leave your video out and ask a question yourself. But we'd love to see you. As well as that, Dr. Parmar is an author. He has written a book called The Textbook of Naturopathic Oncology, and we're giving 2 of those books away. So everybody who's participating today, we just put your name in a raffle and we pull a couple names out, and we'll be hitting you up via DM or private message and sending you one of his books. And so, yeah, without further ado, we're going to dive in here to this conversation with Dr. Parmar, and I hope you're inspired.
Hi, my name is Gurdev Parmar. I'm a naturopathic oncologist in Vancouver, British Columbia. and I have been given the honor and privilege of speaking to you all today by Megan Pischke, who I've known now for a number of years. So I had a busy day. I played tennis for 3.5 hours. I took you guys to my tennis club and then to a match that I was playing with my doubles partner, mixed doubles partner. And so a little glimpse into my personal life. So again, I'm a naturopathic oncologist in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. I have had the honor and privilege of working with now thousands, close to 15,000 people living with cancer in my practice, several thousand women with breast cancer. The word doctor means teacher. My job's really to teach my patients what they need to know so they're able to make informed decisions. And I believe that the only way that they can make informed decisions is if they know what all their options are. Not just conventional options, which I do review with every patient at every visit, but also what naturopathic or integrative treatment options there are. And I help my patients at every stage of the cancer trajectory, from primary prevention to screening to diagnostic workup to active therapy, to secondary prevention and secondary prevention screening, and survivorship. And so through that whole trajectory, I work with people, and there's a lot to that that we have to share as far as information is concerned. And I do believe, based on our own research from 2010 to 2018, that our patients that make use of our integrative approach not only have a better quality of life, but they also have an improvement to overall survival. And so what we know is that for the 10 most commonly treated solid tumor entities at our clinic from 2010 to 2018, there was a statistically significant difference in survival time between the patients that integrated our treatments with their standard of care versus those that did standard of care alone. And this has been published now by Cambridge scholars, and I sincerely hope that I'm able to follow up that retrospective, non-controlled, longitudinal observational study with a prospective trial, which requires a great deal of funding and IRB support, which I have yet to gain. But I do believe that with more effort, more sustained effort, this will eventually come to fruition. And there will be evidence that shows that the integration of naturopathic oncology with standard of care not only improves quality of life, it also does improve survival time. And so I hope to prove this over time. And I did mention this earlier, but I'll say it again now in this format. I am the lead author and editor-in-chief of the textbook of naturopathic oncology, which can be found at https textbookofnaturopathiconcology.com. And this is the main resource used by people in my profession that treat cancer patients. And I'm happy to announce that start this week, actually, pearls.info, pearlz.info, will be launched, which will be an ebook library, a medical ebook library, a great resource for people living with cancer, where you can find information on your specific type of cancer or your specific symptoms, or information that is more specific to you, and gather that information at pearls.info and share it with your treating physicians, naturopathic oncologists, medical oncologists, radiation oncologists, surgical oncologists, whoever is your team. Please share this information with them, and so it can be safely incorporated into your treatment plans. Again, I thank Megan for the opportunity to speak to all of you, and look forward to getting this this lecture on the road. Thanks. Bye.
Hi, Dr. Parmar. Thank you so
Megan.
much for being a part of this thing we got going on.
Thanks so much for the invite.
Yeah, and so I mean, I've fortunately been able to experience your dedication and your passion and your interest and your wisdom in cancer, and so thank you. And you were a game changer for me when I came to you, first diagnosed, kind of just finding my way out there, and you were, you know, one of those people that really made me feel hopeful, so thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
And I'm just curious, what has led you and your wife, Dr. Karen Parmar, to build this integrative health clinic here in British Columbia?
Well, I met my beautiful wife Karen in medical school, and we had she's from Nova Scotia. I don't know if you know that. I'm from the West Coast. I'm from BC.
Oh.
We met in Toronto, center of the universe, and when we were deciding where we wanted to set up practice, we decided to set up our practice here in BC. And we've always been very interested in integration. So we're both NDs, as you know, we're both naturopathic physicians.
Mm-hmm.
And we've had this philosophy that we are a part of a team. And, you know, the whole system needs a little bit more of this, that there needs to be more integration amongst conventional medicine, you know, surgery, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, whatever the case may be in the world of cancer, and then all of the naturopathic treatments, and more of a philosophy. And I think, you know, right from the very beginning, we've had a very unique style of naturopathic medicine where, you know, if there's a spectrum of naturopathic medicine, we're, you know, on the more conventional end of the spectrum. We use just conventional diagnostics, and everything that we talk about is evidence-based and evidence-guided. And
you know, you hear a lot of that in integrative. I had a lot of people question my alternative methods where I'm like, but wait a minute, I'm not, you know, choosing not to do chemo, not to do radiation. I'm simply integrating other ideas into all of this to maximize it, right? So what would you say to the people that call naturopathic medicine pseudoscience?
Oh, I love conversations with those people. Well, you know, I would say that there are things that are encompassed within naturopathic medicine that don't have a great deal of evidence. And, you know, really the evidence is historical. You know, humans have used it for thousands of years, and there's probably good reasons. You know, there's billions of plants on Earth, and we only use several hundred or thousands of them medicinally, and humans have figured that out over millennia. And so you know, perhaps that's pseudoscience. But if anybody, for example, looks at my textbook, there's 2,800 references in my textbook. So I'd love to have a discussion with anybody that thinks that what we do is pseudoscience in this field. I love discussions with people that think that.
And when I first met you, I mean, I guess I was like, so how many people have you seen with cancer? Remember that? And you kind of chuckled and you're like, well, over 10,000 or something. I don't know what you had said, but a lot of people with cancer. And so in that you wrote a book, right? Because what you're saying is science. When you're seeing somebody over and over again, and you're seeing the tried and true, and you're seeing how the IVs are working, or you're seeing, you know, how certain things are working integratively, right? So I definitely want to dive into some questions. First of all, what's the difference between you and a quote unquote regular oncologist? Because you said that your methods of testing are very similar. So what would the difference, would you say?
Okay, well, you know, in the world of conventional oncology, you know, there's medical oncologists and radiation oncologists and clinical oncologists and surgical oncologists, and they're all in the world of oncology, right? And all of those people go to medical school to become a medical doctor. So I'm a naturopathic doctor. We also go to school for 8 years to do what we do, and then do additional training afterwards. The difference is philosophy. In addition to learning conventional medicine, which we must know because of all of our patients are making use of it, we also learn nutrition and lifestyle interventions, botanical medicine, traditional Chinese medicine and acupuncture, how to adjust the spine and soft tissues of the body. Like, you know, we're like the gatekeepers of all things, you know, not conventional. And you know, I think we're in a very unique and privileged position. A person can come to see somebody like us, and then we can kind of direct them to where we think they would best be helped, if it's not us ourselves. So, you know, there's this ND, MD difference. And then to become a naturopathic oncologist takes a residency in this, where you have to do rotations in all of those different fields. Like you have to do rotations in surgery and radiation and chemo and all these things. So you learn all that, and it's a part of your training. And then you have to write exams and
so you're legit. You're legit. That's what. Yeah.
And we have quite an amazing community
group
in Canada and the United States. Yeah, a pretty extraordinary group of people.
And so what I also loved about the integrative vibe is that you guys really allowed me to make choices, but also got to know me as a patient versus you are patient A and you're this age and you're this height and weight and et cetera, et cetera. You guys really took the time to get to know me. And that's really what that integrative medicine is all about, right? Because we're all snowflakes. We can't just show up as patient A or B or C. We're all so individual. And I feel like that's really the edge that integrative medicine allowed me to have, was to be a part of that alchemy. You know, how do I meet that medicine halfway and help it work better, right?
I love
that. Yeah, we're all alchemists, right?
You know, the word doctor means teacher, right? Docere. And doctor as teacher is one of our 7 fundamental goals as ND, is to teach our patients what they need to know so they're able to make informed decisions. And it's tough to make informed decisions if you don't have the information. So yeah, thank you for saying that. That's really important to me. It's like the flag I bear. So I'm glad to hear that.
Right on. So then let's dive in a little bit into genetic testing. I wasn't offered genetic testing until the end of my treatment or whatever. And I'm assuming that's just because there wasn't any family history, right? And generally that's why you do genetic testing, is family history or even the type of cancer, right? So it depends on the type of cancer. And so I guess what my question was, and maybe this is totally out there, but isn't there a type of testing that you can do to see the efficacy of chemo, let's say, to avoid somebody doing chemo? Maybe they don't need chemo. I don't know. Like, is that?
There is actually. So let's talk about breast cancer specifically. There's a test called the Oncotype DX test. And this test is usually used for women that are very early stage. So maybe no lymph nodes or a lymph node involved. It's the criteria here in BC change, as you know. So I'm not quite certain what the criteria are today, but they've the Oncotype DX test, essentially, if a woman is early stage and the doctors and the patient want to know, do I need to do chemo? You know, because I've done surgery and perhaps I did radiotherapy or whatever. Now, do I need to do the chemotherapy? So there is a test called the Oncotype DX test that looks at a number of genes and tells you what probability is that the chemotherapy is needed or not. And, you know, I'll say something else to you about why you weren't offered genetic testing. You know, this is something that is exploding right now. And you know, in the last 5 years, let's say, it's become much more commonplace to get testing. And now there's so many testing platforms available. You can just order tests online and get a whole bunch of genes tested and figure out what your risk profile looks like for certain things. This science is, you know, next generation sequencing and microarrays and all these different types of genetic testing are now available. And I would say that we're all learning about the value of that.
Interesting. So then back to kind of what you just mentioned, the breast cancer screening guidelines, right? So when somebody comes into you, I think I found a lump in my breast, right? And you're part of a team, right? There's oncologists, there's radiologists, there's that team of doctors. So in your guidelines, how are you going to guide somebody to when they come in? What are those guidelines for a naturopathic direction?
Okay, well, I mean, as far as like guidelines are concerned, what is being recommended as large, guidelines, the Canadian guidelines, the US guidelines, whatever country's guidelines, there's not a lot being recommended for screening, which you should know is a bone of contention for me, because ultimately my belief is that early detection is the key. And my sincerest hope is that instead of all of the money that's raised for cancer research going into cancer treatments and chemicals predominantly, that we should be spending a good 25 to 50% of the money that's raised for cancer research in screening and early
prevention.
And prevention. And unfortunately, this hasn't happened my entire career, and I do hope that this does happen at some point. But let me answer your question. So a woman comes to see me, she says, I found a lump. And now what? So a physical examination, of course, a breast examination, check out the nodes around the axillary area, whatever. Send them for imaging, and this is a long discussion with everybody every single time. Mammography, ultrasound, MRI, thermography, all these different technologies that are out there for determining what that breast mass is or isn't. You then need to go into that algorithm. And then once we get the imaging back, it gives us an idea of what's next. So is a biopsy necessary? Is it not? If the biopsy is positive, what happens? If the biopsy is negative, what happens? Is it DCIS? Is it carcinoma? I mean, so great question, Megan. Just you start at one place, and then there's a whole bunch of possibilities.
It's different for everybody. I get it. So
different for everybody.
So then rewinding just a tiny bit, when you talked about the preventative part, right? Like I have a daughter. I don't have a history of breast cancer in my family, but thankfully I've been involved with boarding for breast cancer in my younger years enough to know that it can happen at any age, right? And just, knowing your body, doing your self-breast exams, being regular with that, right? And then all of the other preventative things that come into play, the nutrition, the exercise. I've talked to a lot of women, and some of them are like, what is obese? Obesity runs in my family. We're just kind of chubby people. I've heard people say that. And like, why is it that, and I exercise and I eat good, but I'm just a chubby person. And why is, there's a lot of, why did I get breast cancer? I'm not obese, right? Like technically, if somebody's exercising and eating well, shouldn't that just kind of delete them from the puzzle?
That would be fabulous.
I know.
When we talk about obesity in the trials, we're talking about a BMI of greater than 30, a body mass index of greater than 30. And then how do you determine body mass index? Well, that's another conversation.
Yeah.
But let's say body mass index greater than 30 is the risk factor. I'll just share with you one quick thing. So there's a nice large meta-analysis of 70 clinical trials of 80,000 women with early stage premenopausal estrogen receptor positive breast cancer. Obesity with where it's graded as a BMI of greater than 30 increased the risk of death by breast cancer. And the difference was over a 10-year period, at 21.5% a risk in the obese population of a BMI greater than 30 versus a 16.6 in the non-obese group. So it doesn't sound like a great number, but every 5% counts. So, and that was presented at ASCO in 2014. And, you just look at all of the data. Obesity is now the second leading preventable cause of cancer, and we're talking about basically all cancers now, next to skin.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So we can take control to some degrees, whether our thyroid is off, whether we don't have access to the super organic whole foods scene, you know, we can still educate ourselves.
Absolutely.
And
you know what,
on the
Megan, I
food.
think there's always a way, huh? There's always a way.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true that.
You know, when I have people come in, they're like, you know, my family's just like this, and this is just how I am, and whatever. I'll say, I hear you. I get it. But nonetheless, this is what we're gonna do.
Yeah. Let's try,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And
Nonetheless,
some
this is
people
what
just,
we're gonna do.
yeah. And some people just need the nudge, you know, and yeah. Okay. So I'm going to back it up just a little bit because I wanted to know more about the thermal imaging. And that's something that it was actually the very first thing that I did, and now use as not a diagnostic, what am I saying? I use it as a yearly tool to see what sort of changes are in my breasts, right? So is that something that you offer in a stage of like, okay, I'm in my 40s now, I'm going to start doing regular mammograms. Is this something else that I can add, right? The thermal imaging.
Correct. So it is not a standalone. Let me be very clear about that.
Yeah.
This is a temperature. So I call it digital infrared thermal imaging, or DITI. And so essentially what it's looking for, when layered on top of a mammogram and or ultrasound or MRI. So as you know, mammogram, ultrasound, MRI are imaging technologies that look under the skin and are looking at the tissue under the skin. And we must have that kind of technology on board to be able to see what's inside. But let's say a woman finds on a mammogram, for example, a lump, and she wants to take the next step to determine whether this is something that she should be concerned about or not. So a thermography, a DITI, a digital infrared thermal imaging, will tell us if that is a hot spot or a cold spot, essentially, because thermal imaging is looking for temperature differences. So essentially, it's looking for early angiogenesis, like blood vessel formation.
And that's going to be a hot spot, right?
That's going to be a hot spot.
That's going to be warm.
Correct. Yeah. And if it's a cyst, for example, just an isolated cyst, it's going to look like a cold spot. So when used alongside a structural imaging, I have found in my 21-year career that this can be a useful tool to help answer one question beyond the structural question.
Okay.
And whether it's a woman in primary prevention, she's never had breast cancer, she's now doing self-breast examinations, and she's going in for annuals, she's doing a mammogram or ultrasound, whatever the case may be in her case. And then, at the same time as the other type of imaging, we would layer on that thermography.
Okay. So I want to go one layer deeper with something that I really felt was kind of my secret weapon. I don't know, who knows, right? The perfect storm of cancer, and then there's the perfect storm of treatment, right. Especially if you're doing a whole lot of it. Yeah. So the hyperthermia, and it's not called hyperthermia anymore, or is it?
It is. It is called hyperthermia.
Okay.
So hyperthermia, hyperthermia is another umbrella term. There's a bunch of different types of treatments that fall under the umbrella of hyperthermia. What you have become familiar with is local regional hyperthermia, where you heat a local part or a region of the body. There's also fever range whole body hyperthermia, which is where you're initiating a fever to stimulate the immune system. And then there's, ablative hyperthermia, like where you go in and like surgically with an interventional radiologist would do this using.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, radio frequency ablation. So all of these are hyperthermic or hot treatments, hot techniques for treatment. There's also the opposite, the cold, right? There's cryotherapy. You can freeze stuff. And this is, ancient. You look at Ayurveda and traditional Chinese medicine, and for thousands of years, hot and cold is important.
And Wim Hof, and Finnish and Norwegian people, and
correct. It's true.
And so then, why is hyperthermia so hard to find? Because I feel like I've struggled to find that, or ask people to look into it, and they're not finding it in very many places in North America.
So, well, it's a great question. You should know that FDA has not approved the hyperthermia device, for example, that Health Canada has approved, the treatment that you're familiar with. So it's tough to find in the United States. There are some hyperthermia centers in the United States, but they're hospital settings. And as far as I know, the places that I'm aware of, it's used in conjunction with radiation. So, of course, for the patients that are open, willing, and interested in doing hyperthermia with radiation, they have an option. And for those that aren't, they're typically having to travel outside of the United States to get it. So subsequently, I see a lot of US patients in my clinic here in Fort Langley.
Yeah.
And now in Canada, I'll tell you, I was the one that brought hyperthermia to Canada. It took 2.5 years and all my hair. And that was back in 2009, 2010. And now there are, I believe, 10 centers across Canada, all naturopathic clinics that are offering local regional hyperthermia. So from BC to Ontario.
That's great. That's good news. And then what about the all over, the fever treatment?
So the fever treatment is a little bit more tricky. There's only 3 places that I'm aware of that offer that. And it's, all about approvals, Megan. It's about approvals. So getting approvals for devices is not an easy thing. You have to, share all of the evidence, show the safety, show the benefit, and then an approval can happen. In the United States, that approval process is quite difficult, and my understanding is very expensive. And I don't know, I guess just no company that's large enough or has the type of funding that's needed has taken it upon themselves to do that.
Yeah, that fever treatment. I know I've talked to several women who actually received it in Europe, and then again at your clinic at some point, or in Toronto. And I wouldn't say they love it, nor did I, but it was something, especially living in such a cold, damp climate as British Columbia, I felt it was helpful.
Yeah.
I'm going to jump into like nutrition a little bit.
Sure.
We have a really great chef that'll be coming on with us, but I feel like from a medical perspective, right? Like food is medicine, pretty much.
Yes.
And it's all about going to food school. When you get cancer at Cancer University, you go to food school.
right.
To like really try to dial in. And again, we're all snowflakes. What's going to work? And there's so many diets. Everyone's talking about do keto. Keto's the way to go when you have cancer. Or some people are like, do the blood type, but then, just don't eat sugar. And there's so much information. So I guess it would be helpful from a medical perspective, right, to have that direction, right? Like where do you find your way in the food part? Because there are, whole foods, plant-based, no fish because there's too much mercury. Oh, wait a minute. You need a little bit of fish. Only free range chickens. I don't know. Or do you even eat meat? Like it's a really complicated subject. So can you narrow a little answer down for me?
I can. The American Institute for Research in Cancer, the American Cancer Society has what I would consider to be very good general guidelines. And then you should know in my book, I actually with a team of people, dissected
Okay.
all the different types of diets that you're talking about.
Yep.
Keto, alkaline,
Alkaline,
all
paleo,
that stuff,
paleo.
right?
Mhm.
Paleo, right. So how do you decide? Well, I'm quite moderate in my recommendations for diet, as you know.
Yeah.
I think that you should be taking the best of all of these little of all these diets and coming up with something that's reasonable. You should know that basically where I have ended up after looking at everything that I can see on diet is a low glycemic index, a low glycemic load, vegetarian dominant, whole foods diet,
Yeah.
Mediterranean like, right? So I think what everybody will agree with is this: humans have been on Earth for a while, and we've been eating as long as we've been here. And probably the best thing to do is eat as closely as possible to the diet that humans have always eaten. And you know, all the stuff in boxes and cans and the stuff that can stay in your pantry for decades and bugs don't eat it, probably we shouldn't eat it either.
Yeah.
And you know, the less refinement the better, the closer it is to how it's picked or grown or whatever harvested, the better. And so there's a good general sort of idea, right?
No, that's good.
Right. And then the other thing is, you know, for all of human history, it's not like we could just reach into our refrigerator or pantry and eat whatever we wanted whenever we wanted it. You know, where you lived, your diet changed because of what you could get during the season, right?
Yeah.
And that's a good idea. Change it up. Don't eat the same thing every day. And allow yourself to feel hungry, because that's a good thing to feel hungry. You know, it initiates all sorts of things in your body when you feel hungry. And for people that are afraid of feeling hungry, I encourage them to embrace the feeling of hunger.
So that's fasting, right? That's the overnight fasting. And that's something I know you talk about in your book, and I know that you guided me a little bit on. So the fasting just means to allow your body, it's like a metabolism thing, right? You're allowing your body to get those juices flowing and whatnot. And that overnight fasting, is that something you do every day? I don't know. I kind of do it.
You know,
every day,
I mean, we
so.
call it fasting now, Megan, and before it used to just be called life, right? I mean, we call it fasting now because it's we can just do whatever we want whenever we want with food. But yeah, it used to be life. Fasting was an essential part of our lives. You know, you think about it, humans used to have to fatten up and put on like 20 to 30 pounds to overwinter, right? Not
for the winter,
bears and such. And you know, that's what all the berries and the fruits are all about, is like all that high sugar stuff is pack it on, get ready for winter. Well, we don't need to do that anymore. So intermittent fasting, I think, is a really smart idea. It's not just about you know, it's making your insulin receptors more getting them sensitized again, you know, not having them all plugged up all the time and having them free. So when you do eat, you're more efficient with how your body's utilizing the fuel.
Okay.
There's a million reasons why I think intermittent fasting is a great idea. You know, if anybody's interested, I'll introduce you to my Oprah Winfrey. His name's Dr. Peter Attia, Attia, and he's got a podcast called The Drive. And he probably has like 30 or 40 or 50 podcasts just on fasting, fasting mimicking diets, all of that stuff. So if anybody's interested in getting educated on that, I'd recommend him.
Well, that's great. Perfect. And just like on like a little wrap up with food, I feel like nowadays everyone's so busy. They have so much going on and like really taking time to know what you need, or meal planning one day a week. I mean, it's kind of a job. And if you think about it, we eat every single day we're going to need to eat. So we might as well make it interesting. Right. And that's the great thing, is there are so many chefs and podcasts and Instagram pages with inspo, and there's a lot of great stuff out there. So kind of on the topic of food, I wanted to bring up supplements a little bit, just because I know that that's a big part of your recommendations and adding supplements. You know, I remember as a hormonally driven cancer, you were like, well, I don't know about flax. There isn't enough studies around that, or soy, or I had all these questions. What about, can I do maca in my smoothies? And you're like, well, I don't know, right? So there are things that you need to be aware of.
Absolutely. Just because it's natural doesn't mean it's safe.
Yeah, gotcha.
And the other thing is supplements. You know, I think it's an important thing to state that supplement by definition means supplementary to your diet.
Yeah, you can't just eat a vitamin and expect it to take over, right?
Correct. This is in addition to a good, healthy, solid diet, which is the foundation, and food is medicine. Let food be your medicine. And then supplementing with things that you need. I mean, green tea, for example, you know, this is the popular supplement out there. One capsule of 80% polyphenols, which is greater than 50% of EGCG, which is the stuff in the green tea that you want, EGCG, the catechins, is like 2 cups of green tea. So studies show that you need to consume like 8 to 12 cups of green tea to lower incidence of cancer. And most people are like, I just can't do that. I mean,
yeah,
you can take this in a capsule form to supplement what you're taking in. Same with things like curcumin, which comes from
turmeric.
How much turmeric can a person eat when this tiny little ingredient in it is what you want? So we've learned a lot through science. What is the active ingredient, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So there's a lot to know about supplements, and you know, this is another reason why I think a naturopathic oncologist is such a critical part of everybody's team. Everybody needs one. Somebody's been diagnosed with cancer, and they're at all interested in, what can I do for myself?
Yeah.
You know, so the doctors are giving me my treatments, but what can I do for myself? What power do I have? What can I do?
And that's a great point, because I don't think, at least in my era, and I know in my parents' era, you're not really taught to make informed decisions for yourself, really. You're kind of like, well, I don't feel well, and you hand yourself over to a doctor. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing, because so many people do it. It's just we're not taught that we actually do have the power, especially when you do have cancer. I mean, I kind of felt at some point, intuition is out the window. Just whatever you say, I'm going to do. And then you like calm down a little bit, and you're like, okay, I'm going to read about this. I'm going to see what feels right to me. But you're the one, integrative oncology. And I know there's a lot of great other oncologists and MDs out there who are now starting to guide and work with a team versus just themselves, right? Because the science is there, that food and supplements and support, and really that fear-based medical treatment, right? And that empowering space.
There are a lot of medical doctors that are integrative.
Yeah.
And you know, I have the pleasure of working with many of them on a daily basis. And you know, there's functional medicine doctors, MDs, that are called functional medicine doctors, and they do integrative medicine. There are a ton of incredible oncologists out there that are integratively bent, and they practice an integrative style of medicine. And I don't think it really matters whether you're an ND, an MD, a DTC, whatever stripe it is. We're all doing the exact same thing. We're all trying to help people living with cancer live the best lives possible, live as long as possible, and as well as possible. We're all doing the same thing. So, yeah.
I love it. That's good. I kind of want to just jump into your book really quick, but before I jump into your book, can you give me any insight on microdosing psilocybin? Just give me your thoughts on that. What are you doing with that?
So I haven't used it in practice yet. I think, well, I'm a fan. I obviously prescribe lots of Coriolis versicolor, turkey tail mushroom, and reishi, and cordyceps, and agaricus, and lion's mane, and all of these mushrooms that have phenomenal research. And you know, I don't think it's a mistake that humans have forever used medicines like psilocybin
Yeah.
You know, from the little literature I have read on microdosing, what I've seen is that the people living with cancer, for example, even end stage patients, after one treatment with psilocybin under supervision, have a completely different relationship with their illness, have a completely different relationship with life and death, have a completely different relationship with their connection to everything and everybody around them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's something that I personally want to try.
Right on. I'm down with that. Yeah.
So I think before I ever recommend it to a patient, I'll need to go on my own little journey with it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you remember this about me, Megan. I've basically tried everything I prescribe to my patients on myself.
I do it. I do remember that. I love it because I was like, "Hey, have you tried that mushroom coffee?" And you're like, "I'm gonna get some." And then you're like, "I love it."
You got it for me. And I still love
good.
that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so we didn't get to dive into your book too much, with exception to, I did let people know before we hopped on here that we're going to be raffling off a few of your books out to our audience. So, which will be really great. But if people want to find your book and find out more about it, where can they go? Is it on Amazon or?
It can be found at https://textbookofnaturopathiconcology.com.
We'll put it on the screen for you. We'll put it on the screen. It'll live on the screen here.
All right, cool. And then, this is very important for me, Megan. So the textbook, as you know, is really meant for a broad general knowledge of naturopathic oncology. Some people might think more for doctors and practitioners than patients. So I'm very proud to tell you that the textbook has now just been made accessible to the public through pearls.info, PEARLZ.info. So www.pearls.info. And what this is, the book has been broken down into accessible little bits. So if a person doesn't want to know about 24 cancers, they just want to know about breast, they can buy the breast thing from the book.
Amazing.
So I'm really excited about that. It's just being launched right now. But it's live now and it's going. So Pearls.
Congrats.
Yeah, thanks.
Because I know that's a big career thing, especially for a doctor. And I know you've got so much wisdom, and I'm just so grateful that you're sharing it with this audience and that I'm here today. Thanks to you. You were part of my team, and I really appreciate that. And everything that you had to share today, I feel like I could just keep expanding on. So I just encourage everybody who's here with us today to keep learning about themselves and learning about the world of health and wellness and how to take care of themselves. So thanks for being a part of that today, Dr. Parmar. Yeah. I hope everybody got a little bit of something out of that conversation with Dr. Parmar. We're going to dive right into the Q&A, and I'm going to try to pull up Veronique for Dr. Parmar. I see you, Dr. Parmar. I see you there. Thanks for joining us live. It's awesome.
Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you.
It's great. It's a breast cancer thing. Wellness after cancer. Are you like part of it?
Yeah. So we're gonna, hey Benny, can you mute yourself real quick? Thank you. I'm gonna try to pull up Veronique. I know that she just wants to ask here a question to you. I don't know if her service is good. Veronique, are you out there? She had bad service. So I'm just going to go ahead and ask this question for her, Dr. Parmar. She says, can I have my 15-year-old daughter tested? And I'm assuming she's meaning BRCA tested.
Well, I think that depends on where you are. The one thing that I'll say is if anybody's going to have children tested for genes, they're working with somebody that can walk them through what the results mean. Genetic testing, genetic counseling is a big deal. I mean, you're telling somebody, you're likely to experience something like this in your life. And I would say to Veronique that find yourself a good healthcare provider, whoever that might be, wherever you are, Veronique. I don't know where you are. And make sure that you have that kind of testing done on your daughter, knowing that you're going to be able to review the results of it, understand the results of it, what the implications are before you undertake that. That's the best advice that I can give for Veronique. That's a good question. Megan, I have a question for you. I'd like to come to where you are. How do I do that?
I'm going to teleport you. Hold still.
Okay, okay. Maybe on psilocybin. Are we heading there?
Don't we all want to be in the jungle right now? That looks amazing. Dr. Parmar, such a pleasure to meet you. First, I just want to say thank you so much for the incredible, incredible work that you are doing and dedicating your life to. Clearly, it's making a huge impact, and we are just filled with so much gratitude. So thank you. We have a question from Jenny. Jenny, are you available to pop on the screen and talk to Dr. Parmar? We'll see.
Yeah, I'm here. It's a little windy. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Hey, yes. So my question is, you kind of answered it in the notes section, but I was wondering, how can someone control their estrogen levels naturally to the best of your ability without tamoxifen? Say you have to go off tamoxifen due to just the side effects of it?
Yes. It's a very
That's
good
my problem
question.
right now.
Actually, when I first gave Megan and her team my slides, there were actually a couple of slides on this subject. So I don't know if you guys are able to share those with the attendees, but I think that would be really helpful. So first, let me say, as I said in the notes, that what I would do with you is there's this software called Predict. If you guys don't know Predict, you should know Predict. It's from Cambridge University in the UK, looking at millions of women and what their exact diagnosis was. So age at diagnosis, size of the primary, lymph nodes positive, negative, ER status, PR status, HER2 status, Ki67 status, all this stuff. And then it predicts what is the actual statistical benefit of chemotherapy or hormone therapy in your particular case. So when I run this software with a lot of my patients, I think it makes them feel much more comfortable with the idea that they are having horrible side effects to, let's say, tamoxifen. They're unable to continue it because it's ruining their life. And when they see the Predict software tell them that, look, if you do take tamoxifen, it lowers your risk of recurrence by 1% or 2% or whatever the number might be for that particular patient. It really helps them feel comfortable with their decision not to use tamoxifen, let's say. And then so that's the first thing I would do, is actually find out what is your benefit from this. And then how do you lower estrogen levels naturally? There's lots of natural therapies. I think somebody's putting something up there, which looks great. But there are lots of natural therapies that are known to reduce circulating estrogen levels. And some that even act like tamoxifen, like tamoxifen's a SERM, a selective estrogen receptor modulator. There's melatonin in high dosages is also has SERM-like effects. Has aromatase inhibition effects. So there are other things that we can do to help lower estrogen, reduce the risk of recurrence using these natural therapies. But let it be said, there is nothing natural that has the evidence to say you could do this instead of tamoxifen and it'll work as well or better or worse. Like we just don't even know. So that must be known by whoever is deciding to go off of tamoxifen and to use something instead, that they are swimming in a little bit of a world of unknown.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Hi, I'm going to pull up Heather. Hi, Heather. Saw you in Grand Targhee in January. Are you out there? Do you want to hop on and ask Dr. Parmo those important questions that you shared in the chat?
Thank you so much for this wealth of information. It's amazing. I think, you know, in my own experience with treatment and so many of my friends throughout their process, you know, their MDs kind of just give you a blank look often when you try to talk about integrative medicine and especially accessing that. And I know, Megan, you really talked about this a bit, that we're not really taught to have our own power and to be empowered and trust our intuition. But any other insight you can share about, in America specifically, how can we encourage a shift so that it's more part of our mainstream culture, and maybe any thoughts about equity in access to integrative medicine?
Wow, Heather. Okay, so I think I should address the first question because it seems a little bit easier, because the second question, as far as equity in healthcare, that I think I need to know exactly what you mean by that first. So this is an ongoing daily conversation that I have with all of my patients, truthfully. You are correct. I mean, here in British Columbia, I can speak for my own world. The vast majority of medical oncologists or radiation oncologists recommend to their patients that they not make use of any integrative treatments during that treatment. And nonetheless, you know, people do follow their intuition. They listen to their higher selves. They listen to their family members or loved ones who are encouraging them to do whatever they can, in addition to their standard of care, to get the best outcomes possible, to help manage the side effects, etc. And you know, as some of the people on this call know, who are patients of mine, who have worked with me, I send consult letters out to the rest of the oncology team for every one of my patients. And I don't do that looking for approval from anybody else, because I don't feel like my patients and I need approval from anybody else. It's actually to educate them. And I think each and every one of us can only control our own little circles in our lives, right? Not just in medicine, but just in life generally. And I think each and every one of us needs to advocate for our collective desire to see a shift in the healthcare system where there is more emphasis on what a human being, what an individual can do for themselves. It's not like we're lacking in evidence. The amount of research on nutrition and lifestyle and exercise and herbs and vitamins and minerals and amino acids, I mean, I can go on. There is a ton of research out there that helps guide us. And a lot of that research is done in conjunction with standard of care. So there is safety data. And I think it's just one step at a time. I can tell you, Heather, that this topic that you've just asked about, how do we make this shift happen, is basically like a life goal, a professional goal, not just of myself, but thousands of doctors out there. And I do see it's happening. 21 years later, the conversations that medical oncologists who previously were very negative about integration are having with our common patients, they're changing. So I think it is happening. But it's going to need to happen from a grassroots. It's not going to come from the top down. That's for sure.
Thank you so much for that answer. Erin had a question as well. Erin, are you there? Did you want to pop on and ask your question? I think this is the last question we can take. Not sure if she's there. Okay, I'll just answer it for her. She said, I struggle with being overweight and live in BC. Does your clinic offer weight loss solutions?
Yes.
As I am the person that does eat well and lives an active outdoor lifestyle.
Well, it's good to meet you, Erin, my fellow British Columbian.
I am here. It took me a minute to get organized. I have my computer set up to the TV, and then I'm kind of watching on the couch, so my camera's not definitely there. So yeah, that was my question. Hi, Vids. I know it's like the typical thing someone says, like, oh, you know, I do eat well, and you know, I live in Nelson, British Columbia.
Lucky you.
I know, I live outdoors. We are on the ski hill in the winter. I spent yesterday doing firewood. I'm outside a lot. Like, people say to me, like it shouldn't be like this. Like, my husband like teases me. He's like you eat better than anyone I know, and you provide all these healthy meals for. And I do. I am struggling with being overweight. So, you know, I'm interested in, because I've been struggling with that for quite some time, and my activity and lifestyle doesn't match my physique.
Right.
So, yeah.
It's nice to meet you, Erin, from Nelson. My family and I just camped outside of Nelson for 10 days this past summer. I love it.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah, it is. So yeah, we do offer weight loss services at my clinic. Yes. And, you know, I think what it would take in a case like yours, you describe a perfect scenario where you eat well, you're active, and yet you have what you would consider to be a specific physique. Mm-hmm. And is weight loss possible? I think it always is. I think you need to talk to somebody, an expert, who can look at, a diet diary, and look at your macronutrient intake. What is your carbohydrate intake? What percentage of it is complex and simple? What's your protein intake? What's your fat intake? What is the timing of your eating? How does your thyroid work? How are your adrenal glands functioning? What is your basal metabolic rate? What is your fat to muscle content in your body? There are a lot of variables or parameters that can be looked at to help a person address metabolism. Mm-hmm. It's not simple. But yeah, I think that there's, generally speaking, always a way.
Is it possible to work with your clinic if like an initial one where I could travel down to the Lower Mainland and then work with you, also remotely as well?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
As some of the people on the call know now, that's how we roll. That's how we make it work.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you
that's
so much.
Great. What a great connection. That'd be awesome, Erin. Going to get to the last question here. Molly O'Brien. We're interested in hearing from you if you would like. Okay, I'm going to just jump in here. With MDs often being the first stop and data suggesting integrative care is a better option, how far are we in the West from having an ND as a recommended essential part of the team from the early stages of detection?
There are a lot of centers now around the globe that have, like Memorial Sloan Kettering and the Cancer Treatment Centers of America, and there's a number of centers, hospitals that have naturopathic oncologists as a part of the team. So when a person's first being triaged, they have a new diagnosis, and these are the people that you should go consult with to determine what the plan's going to be. but that's few centers, few and far between. We have a long, long way to go. As it stands now, people need to do it on their own. They need to reach out and build a team, just like Megan talked about at the very beginning of our talk here. She had she built an incredible team around her. It was all done by her, and we're still in a situation where that's what people are having to do. My hope is that it's not too long before naturopathic oncologists are a part of every hospital environment or setting, or clinics where it's purely an oncology clinic, and everybody diagnosed has a naturopathic oncologist, a medical oncologist, and then whatever other providers are needed for their specific case. But we've got a long way to go.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Just a quick
Go ahead, go for it.
Oh, I just wanted to say, is there this particular journey has been a little tricky for me, but I'm wondering if there's anything as a patient or an advocate for this kind of care, like, is there anything that we can do to spread the word or that is helpful in North America?
It's a really good question. I feel like I need to get back to you on that, Molly. You know what I think I should do is put together a list of organizations that already are engaged in doing exactly what you're talking about. And I don't have them all off the top of my head, of course, but there are a number of organizations out there that are currently doing this, that are raising funds, that are out there pounding the pavement. They're doing good work. And I'll provide a list to all the listeners of who they are, so we can all engage and make it happen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much, Molly, and everybody, for your really thought-provoking and important questions. I'm so happy to have you here live, Dr. Parmar. And like he said, he's going to share some more thoughts. We saw a few more questions come in on the chat. We will get those to Dr. Parmar, and we'll make sure that everybody gets their questions answered this week in a spare moment of your time, Dr. Parmar, and we'll get those back over to you. Frankie will be private messaging those who just won the raffle for Dr. Parmar's textbook of naturopathic oncology. And yeah, we're just going to keep rolling. We have two amazing doctors coming up, and we're going to go to a little 5-minute break. It's called the nature break. You guys can get natural in whatever way, water and whatnot, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Parmar. You're amazing, and we appreciate you.
Okay, bye for now.
See you in 5 minutes, everyone.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, you guys. Welcome back. How amazing was that? I feel like that was just so incredible. The information Dr. Parmar brought, just incredible. I am so excited to introduce to you guys Dr. Rojas and jump into this really important segment about sexual health, not only while going through cancer, post-cancer, and everything in between. Dr. Rojas is a breast surgeon and a board-certified gynecological surgeon with a passion for comprehensive wellness in women's cancer care. She's the founder and director of the MUSIC program, which stands for Menopause, Urogenital, Sexual Health, and Intimacy, that addresses the sexual side effects of cancer treatment. But she's just really passionate about getting women the tools and information to lead to a healthy and abundant sexual life. I know Meg could probably add a little bit more nuance to this. If you're going to jump in, Meg.
I mean, it's a huge subject, right? And I just want to say thank you for all the ladies that suggested Dr. Rojas, because it's an important topic and it's coming up more and more and more in our retreats. I mean, you know, not to mention going through surgeries and your breasts removed and hormone blockers, and like, who feels like a woman and wants to make love to somebody they care about or have sex in general, you know? And I feel like this subject is really important. And all the women who filled out our survey earlier in the year here who were like, we want to talk sex. We want to have more conversations around this, because you're listed this huge thing of side effects, right? You receive chemo or any sort of health crisis, you receive the side effects, but often, you know, your sex drive goes into the tank isn't part of it, right? So, and you know, I hear these women when they say tamoxifen has a lot of these side effects, and generally when you're going to be blocking hormones, naturally losing your sex drive is part of that. So how can we have healthy sex? How can we keep having sex? How can we get interested in it through everything we're going through? And so, yeah, Dr. Rojas is here to kind of chat the important parts of us physically and what's happening. But I had a really interesting conversation, and she definitely knows what she's talking about. So I'm excited she's here. Thanks, Dr. Rojas. We have her live too.
Okay, so today
after this. We have her live for a Q&A after this. So similar to Dr. Parmar, just throw all your questions in to the chat for Dr. Rojas as she's speaking. And then at the end of this session, she'll hop on live with us and do her best to answer everyone's questions. Don't be afraid, don't be shy. We want to hear from you.
Okay, so today, thanks again for having me here. I'm going to talk about addressing the sexual changes that happen with breast cancer treatment. And interestingly enough, you know, this isn't an issue unique to breast cancer patients. It's a problem faced by women who receive any type of cancer treatment, or even women who are at really high risk of developing cancer who are put on certain medications to prevent breast cancer. So hopefully, you know, I'm going to run through kind of my step-by-step process for addressing these issues. But first, let me just tell you who I am. So obviously my name is Dr. Kristen Rojas. I'm actually a breast cancer surgeon, but I come from a unique path in that I originally started as a gynecologist. So although the majority of my patients have history of breast cancer, I do kind of put my GYN spin on everything. And that's originally how I became really passionate about addressing these issues. When I started my training and went into practice, I was surprised at how many women experience these side effects, and looking more into it, realized that it's almost a universal problem. And as a society, as healthcare providers, we don't do a great job addressing it. And so I started a program called the MUSIC program. It stands for Menopause, Urogenital, Sexual Health, and Intimacy. And so it's geared towards women with a history of any type of cancer. And right now it's actually in flux. I'm moving from New York to Miami, so this program will be available in Miami, but I do have some online tools as well, and we can talk more about those at the end. But first and foremost, I have no financial disclosures. My program isn't a nonprofit. I don't, although I'm asked to sponsor a lot of products frequently, I actually don't have any financial relationships with any products. So I will call things by their brand names, but these are just, personal endorsements from my patients, from running this program, or things that I've looked into that I think are good ideas. Lastly, I'm a doctor and I went to medical school, and I've gone through what feels like a million years of training, but this is just my expertise and not formal medical advice. So anything I talk about, if you have a question, always talk to your oncologist that knows you best.
Yeah, and just really quickly, I was going to mention, letting our audience know, if questions do come up while Dr. Rojas is speaking, please just pop those into the chat box and we'll be able to address those at the end.
All right, so when you started treatment, or when any of the members of your organization started treatment, they may or may not have received information about the sexual side effects. There's a million things to talk about when a woman is diagnosed with breast cancer, and a million questions in her mind. Are you going to survive? Like, what's the treatment? Am I going to need chemo? That's like the first question that women always ask. But interestingly, and so when you start to feel these side effects, you may go to Google and kind of see, what are these side effects, and do other women with cancer experience them? And it turns out when you Google sexual dysfunction, it's all about erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, and that's something that I've noticed. It's really, sexual dysfunction is about Viagra. It is about the males. Yeah. It's always about male frustration. So it's interesting that when you do Google it, it's the only thing that comes up.
Yeah, and the other thing is, somehow in society, it's okay to talk about erectile dysfunction. It's okay to talk about men with sexual issues. But all of a sudden, if you start talking about it from a woman's perspective, it's like taboo, and, oh, we shouldn't talk about it. But it's actually a really important part of everyone's lives. And my goal is just to make this normal conversation, and for everyone else to think it's normal too, so that once we talk about it, then we can start addressing these issues. And actually, when men present to a urologist for prostate cancer treatment, there's been studies showing that 80% of them are warned about sexual side effects from their first visit. So men have the choice to decide what treatment they choose, whether it's surgery or non-surgical options, depending on their side effects. And I think that we do a pretty good job warning men about that. Yeah,
interesting.
But maybe not so much for women. So that's kind of the background here. But, anytime I talk about treatments that are going to be addressing hormonal side effects, I like to just do like a really quick primer. I'm sure all of your members are very well educated in the type of breast cancer they have. I'm always so impressed with how self-sufficient and how knowledgeable everyone is. But
it's all about the note taking. Yeah, bringing in notes to you, sitting in your office with a bunch of notes.
Yeah, and everyone asks such good questions. But just a brief primer, just to generalize different types of breast cancer. First and foremost, everyone's breast cancer is unique, and women who have estrogen-sensitive breast cancer, one woman, her treatment may be completely different from another woman who has a similar type of cancer. Everyone is different. So women who have hormone receptor positive breast cancer, their tumor cells have something called the estrogen receptor. Now, this actually doesn't mean that there's too much estrogen in your body, or that something's wrong with the estrogen floating around your body. All it says is that those cancer cells actually just respond to that type of signal. And so we use that as a way to kind of address preventing recurrence, and with different medications like tamoxifen and aromatase inhibitors. And they usually get estrogen blocking medication. But women who have triple negative breast cancer, although they don't have cancer, one doesn't get tamoxifen or aromatase inhibitor, she may be feeling the same symptoms as a woman who does, because chemotherapy can make you feel the same. Lastly, there's HER2 positive cancer, and usually those women get a type of chemotherapy, plus or minus the estrogen blocking medicine. So, and this is all in effect in addition to the effects of surgery and radiation on a woman being, with the loss of one or both breasts, or even just a big scar. And so this is all in addition to that. It's really like, you know, a multifaceted problem that it really attacks you in different ways. And so some of the things I'm going to talk about address the medications that you receive. So these are some artistic interpretations of the uterus and the ovaries. You have 2 ovaries. They make estrogen. Menopause, chemotherapy, radiation, ovarian suppression blunt the effects of the ovaries. When I say radiation, I mean with a history of pelvic radiation, so not necessarily breast cancer patients.
Okay.
But women who are on AIs, although they experience some of the same symptoms, but in a different way, that actually prevents the fat cells in your body, and everybody has them, from making extra estrogen. So they produce similar symptoms. The other thing is tamoxifen and raloxifene can actually work specifically on the vulva and the vagina and block the effects of estrogen there. So the vulva, I tell patients, is like the outside of the vagina, and the vagina is the internal part. And so it's important to kind of understand the difference between those 2 terms, because I use them a lot.
Okay.
So what are the effects of having this really low estrogen? So normally, normal menopause, estrogen slowly decreases with time. It's a very slow process, but when we give a woman chemotherapy, we like jumpstart menopause, immediately drop her estrogen, and your body actually goes through what's called, like, it's basically like a drug withdrawal. You feel hot flashes, you're sweaty, mood changes, you feel terrible. And so normal menopause is 51 to 52, but we artificially make women in their 30s in menopause, and it's a very abrupt menopause. So your body's like, what is happening?
And that
and
is
you probably know what I'm talking about.
It's a direct effect of chemo, but that's the goal, right? Is to put a young woman into menopause so you can stop her period and get those cancer cells in control.
Well, the way it works with breast cancer is that chemo targets rapidly dividing cells. And so cancer cells are growing out of control. But the ovary, every month when you ovulate, those cells are dividing and growing. So it actually, think of it as like collateral damage, actually. So chemo inadvertently affects the ovaries. We give you Lupron to kind of protect them, to kind of like hide them from the effects of the chemotherapy in young women who are trying to do fertility preservation. But then these other medications specifically do block estrogen, like the ones we give by mouth.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, we have these hot flashes, which everyone knows are menopausal symptoms, but what a lot of women don't realize is that they can have profound effects on the vulva and the vagina. So that means less lubrication or dryness, but this also translates to less stretchiness of the vagina. So normally during sex, the vagina is stretchy and it is able to accommodate the physical act of penetration. And when the vagina loses that stretchiness, sometimes you can have pain, spotting after sex, which can be really scary. And then the other effect is that the normal vaginal pH is actually low. It's a little bit on the acidic side. And there's a very careful balance between good and bad bacteria. It's like a natural ecosystem that, you know, we try not to disrupt. But when we drop the estrogen, all of a sudden, the pH actually goes up. And this fosters the growth of some common infections like BV, Candida, or yeast infections, and even bladder infections. So additionally, with low estrogen, you get mood changes, which everyone knows what I'm talking about there, I'm sure. And then long-term, you know, can affect your bones and your heart. So it's important to stay active, and that your oncologist will be keeping tabs on your bone health.
So you're suppressing, right? We've got to suppress basically our periods. And I know that one feeling, along with having, you know, my breast removed is the menopausal symptoms and the tamoxifen and everything combined. It kind of, you wonder if you're even a woman anymore, right? Like you just go from having a regular period all your life and that's your identification. It's your grounding as a woman. And then all of a sudden you don't have any of that. So coupled with all of these physical changes are the immense amount of emotional trauma that it causes. And I know that at some point you're just kind of wondering, am I even a woman anymore? You know? And so, yeah, those are a lot of, I feel like a lot of conversations that we do have within our survivorship community. How do we define ourselves as women, even physically, if we're just suppressing?
Yeah, and you know, you're not alone in the way you feel. A lot of, I have heard other women say that, and it's interesting because that would have never been something that I would have thought of. So that's why the patient perspective is so important.
Yeah.
But, you know, while a lot of women do share that feeling, you know, for some, periods can be a really, they kind of associated with the negative aspect in some women.
Of course. They're not
and
easy.
so
it's
yeah. But that's why your unique perspective is so interesting. And that's also why there's not really a one size fits all approach to addressing these symptoms, because everyone brings to the table different, you know, cultural ideas and personal feelings and their own experience. But just because your period has disappeared, you know, the functional reason for a period is for, you know, your estrogen is signaling to your uterus to grow the lining of the uterus, which is the endometrium. And then when you don't get pregnant every month, that endometrium is shed, and that's your period.
So it's like a cleansing almost, right?
Well, yes, it is. But, you know, there's also, if you don't have a thick endometrium, meaning like if you don't have the signal for estrogen, you know, a lot of women ask me if I'm not having a period, is the blood building up somewhere, or am I not healthy? But sometimes, you know, it's not medically necessary to have a period. And even when you look at, even when you look at like the historical, issues with the birth control pill, like even the period you have like on a birth control pill, that's actually something that the Catholic Church wanted in the pill design, to give you this like fake period every month so that it seemed like more like a natural cycle. And then they ended up not liking the pill anyway, so it didn't even matter. But it kind of just stuck around. It's not even a real period. It's just a quick little 4-day drug withdrawal that causes spotting. And so, you know, the physiologic changes that happen with a period, you know, without having that estrogen signal, you don't actually need one, but it does also seem to compound to other losses that you've experienced.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the mix of that perfect storm where you're like questioning, I don't have breasts, I have no idea what's going on with my body, and I'm a raging bitch in my household. And like all of this combined is the really challenging part, right? But but I understand what you're saying, and those are good, hopeful words to just keep reminding ourselves. Don't need a period. Don't need a period.
Yeah. And even though, you know, we're blocking hormones and making them really low, you still have some hormones. And there's just ways that we can kind of harness the natural hormones that are still happening to make you still have different instincts and urges. And you can still maintain all of the aspects of yourself that are feminine and that you value. And that's kind of I try to give patients more tools to do that. But for some, losing their period it's like just adding to another loss. And so I try to frame it differently, but
that's good.
It is hard.
That's a good frame. So let's keep talking about sex.
Sure. So the first thing is I want everyone who watches this to start talking to their oncologist about these symptoms. The first thing is bring it up. You have nothing to lose. You've already been through a diagnosis, part of a complete treatment. Like, you have nothing to lose. Once you bring it up, because, you know, oncologists as doctors, we aren't really taught how to address sexual side effects in medical school or training. The more you bring it up, your oncologist may not have an answer for you right then, but I can bet you if they're a good oncologist, they'll go home, they'll look it up. If multiple patients ask them the same question, next time they may not have an answer for you then, but next time you see them, they may have a solution for you and be more equipped to talk to you about your symptoms. So it's important to start the dialogue, know what to expect, and they can really help, you know, once you have that dialogue, prepare you for different aspects of your treatment. I'm going to talk about daily moisturization, which I want everyone to start now because it can actually affect a lot of different aspects of sexual health. And then they can help you with managing pain, and then even considering dilators through treatment. And although dilators are pretty scary, I do recommend them a lot, and I try to kind of frame it in a non-scary way. So those are some of the things that you can start now. So the first aspect I address is dryness and painful sex, because they really are connected. And I like to address them before I go to libido, because sometimes by fixing the pain with sex and stopping that negative feedback loop, you can sometimes kind of change the way your body thinks about sex. And so I kind of start here and go step by step. So the first thing is to avoid irritants. So like I said before, the vagina is this like beautiful, miraculous ecosystem of good and bad bacteria. So I tell patients, just avoid products, soaps, anything that has extra chemicals in them, because a lot of the vulvar irritation that women experience, it's actually a contact dermatitis or allergic reaction. So, you know, when you start to feel these symptoms, a lot of women like rush out to get like Vagisil, Summer's Eve, Vaseline, or even like vinegar. I've heard it all. And so I try to just frame the conversation, try to limit what you put on that delicate skin because it is so delicate. And there's a lot of hidden chemicals and things that we don't even realize. And you definitely don't want those in your vagina. So, first is, first is to limit like crazy chemicals that come near your vagina. And so that means no douching. And it's cleverly called feminine wash now. I've noticed in the grocery store, so just like stay away from feminine wash. You don't need it. You don't need those perfumes. Those fragrances are also found to be endocrine disrupting compounds, which can affect how your cancer is treated. So just stay away from them. This unfortunately even means kind of avoiding like soapy bubble baths. So if you're a bath taker, I tell patients just like use a natural oil, but avoid like really bubbly baths because sitting in that for a long time can kind of wreak havoc on that ecosystem. Staying out of hot tubs for a long time, and then just rinsing off when you get out of a hot tub or a pool, because that chlorine can kind of be the same thing. Not staying in your wet swimsuit, basic stuff, but things I just like to review. You know, tight pants or leggings can cause irritation that ends up manifesting as pain. Avoiding fragrances, additives, and that's anything that touches the vulva or the vagina. So detergents you use to wash your laundry, panty liners, tampons, even toilet paper, and consider at least temporarily until your symptoms are under control, no waxing and trying not to shave. And that's like really hard because everyone's always asking me, Megan, like, well, what am I going to do? Like,
it's bikini season.
Yeah. But I tell them like, actually the trend is kind of going in the other direction now. So just like, that used to be like totally bare, but now like, just give yourself a break. I feel like give yourself, and just try to avoid anything that like hot wax is going to irritate that skin. So just take a break, try to address these symptoms. And then I'll tell patients like, try just to trim and see how it goes. But, you know, anytime you're doing waxing, and these are hard symptoms to address because it's part of our culture. So I kind of just always go with that. But the last thing is sleep with no underwear on. So one of the bad actors of the bacteria in the vagina is called Gardnerella. Overgrowth of Gardnerella causes BV. So the thing about BV, Gardnerella, is it hates air. And so if you sleep with no underwear and then just make sure that that area stays nice and dry, you know, it can really help keep BV at bay once the pH gets disrupted from these medications.
Gotcha.
So the first thing is daily moisturization. So this is different from lubricants because lubricants are before sex. So I want women to, or sexual activity, to kind of just make those distinctions in their mind.
Separate.
Because just like you moisturize your face every day, you're going to think about the same for your vulva and your vagina. And usually after a shower is the best time because your skin can absorb the moisture the best. You can apply moisturizers to the external vulva, which I've highlighted with the blue circle. And then you try to find products without additives, but moisturizers with hyaluronic acid or lactic acid are actually great products because they help restore that vaginal pH, lower it a little bit like I talked about before. And moisturizers can be hormonal or non-hormonal, and I'll kind of talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting conversation just because, you know, it's at some point you'll have a doctor say, if you have a hormonal cancer, stay away from all hormones in products and foods.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And it's controversial. So, you know, vaginal estrogen is different from estrogen that you take as a pill. And there were some big studies in the early 2000s that came out about estrogen as a pill that really scared everyone about the breast cancer risk. And I actually talk a lot about this on my podcast because I think a little bit was misinterpreted and it kind of carries over into the vaginal estrogen world. But there's no evidence to show that vaginal estrogen increases the risk of recurrence. But it's all observational data. So a lot of times the way I approach it, because it also is associated with a lot of anxiety, I start with non-hormonal products because a lot of times I can get the symptoms under control without hormones. And then we don't even really have to go there. But if women have really severe symptoms and it's not helping, I do sometimes use vaginal estrogen.
Gotcha.
So my first go-to is a moisturizer like organic single ingredient coconut oil. You know, I was practicing in Brooklyn and my Brooklyn patients really like the idea, like I didn't want patients to have to go out and buy something, and everyone has coconut oil and is super into like
Yeah, we
natural
do.
everything. Yeah, it's good for everything, your hair, your dry skin, everything. So as long as it's single ingredient or organic, I say go for it. Places the external vulva after a shower and see how it goes. Try every day, but if you have like too much product buildup, you can space it out. If that's not really cutting it, I bump patients up to something with a hyaluronic acid. And that's actually, it sounds like an acid, like scary, burny, but it's actually a molecule that pulls moisture from the environment and holds it onto the skin. So, and it's used in like a lot of face creams and eye creams.
Yeah.
And so these are some good brands that I like. Hyalogine, those are all online, Reverie. I don't love a lot of Vagisil products, but the Pro Hydrate product does have hyaluronic acid, and then Membracin is another one that you can find online. Good Clean Love is a great company, uses a lot of natural products without extra chemicals, and they have a moisturizer called Biomatch that has lactic acid. And then things like Replens are okay. They're safe with condoms, but sometimes they can leave a film. And so, you know, if you're someone who is relying on condoms for STD protection or contraception, you know, make sure you check labels, and you don't want to use an oil because that can degrade
with a condom. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And so that's externally, but you can also use suppositories, which are like little pellets, and you can place those in the vagina, like vitamin E suppositories or these hyaluronic acid suppositories by Bonafide. And then, you know, so I start with those, and then the next is vaginal estrogen. And like I said, this is very complicated. I separate it with my patients from oral estrogen. It's actually the most effective treatment. And if you're someone who has recurrent bladder infections, which can totally ruin someone's life outside of all these other things they're experiencing from treatment, then it can be really helpful. So you know, and they make products that are really low dose too.
Yeah. And this is like a really good topic, because I know when it was suggested to me, I was like, this is crazy. You know, like it's just, you know, you're told to stay away from hormones. So why is it okay to put it down there? Your body is still absorbing it.
Yeah, and it's kind of mixed messaging. It can totally be confusing, but the vaginal estrogens are lower dose, and so there is absorption in the beginning when the vaginal mucosa, which is the lining of the vagina, is very thin and not very stretchy and like prone to having those little spotting episodes. But actually after the beginning, they've shown that absorption decreases with time, and you don't use it every day. You can use it 2 or 3 times a week, and the dose is so low. We start with like 4 micrograms twice a week, which is a tiny dose. And you know, sometimes it's and I do have patients who nothing else works, and I talk to their oncologist, and then their symptoms resolve with very low dose vaginal estrogen, either once or twice a week. And so it can be an option for women that are really suffering. I just preface it with this conversation.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So it's also helpful when we're doing vaginal remodeling. So the vagina can actually shorten if your estrogen is really low for a long time. So sometimes I just use it for a little while we incorporate a dilator regimen and vaginal estrogen.
Can you like describe what vaginal remodeling is? I'm just curious. I've never seen that term.
Yeah, I made it up. That's probably why. Yeah.
Okay, please explain.
Definitely. So the vagina, like I said, is supposed to be stretchy, and it's supposed to stretch long ways and width-wise when you have penetrative intercourse. It loses the stretchiness, so it stays short and it stays narrow, and that is what can make sex very, very painful. So the only way, like moisturizers help with improving the pH, improving the moisture, but they may not give that stretchiness back like vaginal estrogen might. So after I examine a patient and I see that they have really serious vaginal stenosis, meaning narrowing and shortening, sometimes I'll recommend a dilator regimen, which basically helps to gradually stretch the vagina back out. Using vaginal estrogen at the same time basically helps kind of reverse the clock per se, and kind of go back to when the vagina was a little more stretchy, and you can kind of get that link or the ability for the vagina to stretch during sex, and that can really help with pain and also decrease spotting with sex.
Okay, that's a really great term, but even better of a treatment. That's awesome that you offer that. That's great.
Yeah, it's kind of, it requires a lot of patient dedication, and I have to explain everything, obviously. But you know, everyone says, "Oh, treat dryness, treat dryness." People don't realize that when you're on these medications for 5 or 10 years, the vagina completely changes shape. It's not just, oh, treating dryness is supposed to fix everything. And I think that's how a lot of women get frustrated. Like, nothing's working. You know. I'm using these products and I'm still having so much pain. And sometimes it's that we need to just really think about changing the art of the vagina a little bit. Yeah, so estrogen is not for women with a history of uterine cancer because those directly respond to estrogen, and it's right there sitting next to where you're putting it in. So I do sometimes use for breast cancer with estrogen receptor, but not for those women. And so vaginal testosterone is a newer product on the market. Androgens like testosterone, DHEA. These are a commercially available product called Progesterone or Intrarosa, and ASCO has actually officially endorsed vaginal DHEA. So if a patient has commercial insurance and they can get this coupon program with Intrarosa, sometimes I'll just skip vaginal estrogen and go straight to these progesterone suppositories because they can really help with painful sex. They work in a similar way, and it's not estrogen.
And the testosterone does the same thing as the estrogen.
Yeah, testosterone and DHEA are similar. They're like similar chemicals in the biochemical pathway. But the way testosterone works is the fat cells in the vulva and kind of like locally, it may convert it to estrogen just right there. And that can,
interesting.
And so you have like a little bit of a local effect that may be more subtle than using vaginal estrogen. And so there's some studies that have come out showing that women who use vaginal DHEA, they measured their estrogen levels, women on aromatase inhibitors, which is a lot of women, and the estrogen levels didn't change. So it kind of
interesting.
So your body doesn't see extra estrogen. And I think a lot more people are comfortable with that.
Okay.
The only thing about vaginal DHEA is it is kind of in the testosterone family, and some newer triple negative medications work by blocking testosterone. So before taking any hormonal treatment, just talk to your oncologist and make sure that they're on board.
Yeah, definitely.
But this is a world that's changing. More people are starting to recommend vaginal hormones, even women with a history of ER positive cancer. So next is my favorite topic. It's lubricants. You know, when we go to our OBGYN, like national conferences, there's like, you know, the products that they're showing, like vendors, and there's actually something called a lube bar. And it's literally like, you can go and play and try all these different types of lubes. And it's like my favorite thing about going to our medical conference is seeing like all these cool products that people come out with. So it's for everyone, every single time, anytime, even if you don't think dryness is really a problem, lubricants, I just say every time, because it can help with symptoms that you don't even know that you're having that may be causing the pain. So there's different kinds. Yeah, there's water-based, which is less irritating, doesn't stay in the sheets. You know, with these lubricants, you also want to keep the same principles, so no extra chemicals, fragrances, dyes, anything that's warming you want to stay away from, or that has a taste. Yeah, just like stay away from it. No extra stuff. And so a lot of products are made to not have these extra parabens, etc. Water-based is good for silicone toys, which I'll talk more about. Sometimes a little bit stickier, it doesn't last quite as long. Personally, I think silicone-based lubricants are the best. My go-to brand that I recommend to everyone is Uberlube, because it has like no extra stuff. You can order it online, and it even comes with these like cute little travel packs you can just like throw in your vacation bag or whatever, and like no drama. And it actually was, I actually had a bunch of samples, and I got like stopped in the airport once, and that was kind of like hard to explain, but I was bringing all of these samples back to the music program, but it was
gotcha.
But anyways, travel packs are available, but it's long lasting, hypoallergenic. It's just really, really slippery. So if you get it on the floor, clean it up because you don't want to fall. And then there's hybrid lubricants as well. Oils like coconut oil or olive oil, just remember no condoms if you're going to use them. And then there's newer products now that actually have CBD in them. And Good Clean Love, which is a brand that I like, has a new product with CBD lube. Floria has one as well. And then another one from Quim. The deal with CBD is it's gaining popularity. We don't have a lot of data on, it's not a regulated industry. So number one, any CBD product you use, whether it's by mouth or topical, like a cream or a lubricant, you have to make sure it's a reputable buyer. They can use pesticides that aren't regulated, and the quantity of the CBD can be different, and they can actually have THC in it, which can actually produce some of those psychoactive effects like confusion. So you want to make sure it's a straight CBD product, but because it's not regulated, there can be THC, which can be absorbed and may affect a drug test. So if you're someone who needs to take a urine drug test for work, just stay away from CBD products for now. They probably help with inflammation and pain. There's just not a lot of data. So some people are like really into CBD, and I don't try to stay away from the comments on like taking it orally, etc. But I think, these brands that I like are coming out with these products. So I'm open, and some patients swear by them. So the important thing is just to avoid glycerin and petroleum and these other chemicals.
Can you really quick, just on silicone, it just sounds like a scary term to be putting on your vagina. I know a lot of vibrators are made of silicone or whatever, but it's safe, I'm assuming.
Yes, so silicone isn't absorbed. It's different from the drama, like when you have silicone implants where, a lot of people are talking now about implant-related illness. And actually silicone toys are preferred because it's a non-porous material. So like bacteria can't hide in those little, in the porous materials you might get with other plastics. And silicone is safe and better than other plastics. Like I do talk a little bit about endocrine disrupting compounds that are in other plastics. Silicone doesn't have that. So I encourage patients to use it for a lube, but the bigger thing I think is avoiding all the other chemicals.
Gotcha. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, good question. So pain is really, really common, and everyone, we don't prepare women and then they have sex and then it's painful and then they're like, something's wrong with me. This isn't right, but it's actually very, very common. A lot of things I talk about are related to pain. So I incorporate dilated regimens to patients. I show them how to place them sometimes in the office, but the way I explain it is, find some time 2 or 3 times a week, 15 minutes, uninterrupted, listen to a podcast, take a bath, do whatever to relax a little bit. And then you start with the smallest size and you put a lot of silicone-based lubricant on it. And you're just gonna, like, if this is the outside of the vagina, you don't need to put it inside. Sometimes just setting it on the outside and letting your body kind of relax a little bit, because by the time a lot of women get to me, they may have already have a lot of anxiety associated with anything going in the vagina because they keep having these painful experiences over and over again.
Yeah.
So sometimes starting with really baby steps, like just setting something right there and kind of relaxing for a little while, can help retrain the brain so that you don't have that. And then you just go little by little, and you can just place the dilator, like centimeter by centimeter, a little bit more, and use a lot of lube. Sometimes I have patients listen to a podcast. I tell them to try it 3 times a week, and this can help gradually increase the length of the vagina. And then pelvic floor physical therapy can also be really helpful. So I'll try to find a good one wherever I am and recommend them to patients. So pelvic floor physical therapist, though, not just a regular physical therapist.
Yeah, I actually found a lot of help from somebody in that area.
Yeah.
And when you can find someone really good who's connected in with all those muscles, it actually makes a really big difference.
It does.
Back problems, everything. So stomach strength. So
yeah, the pelvis is like a bowl like this. It holds all your organs in, but there's all these muscles that are interwoven. So if one is spasming, and you don't even realize it, because you don't even realize it can cause all this pelvic pain. And people that are trained with pelvic floor PT, it's hard for me to get patients there, but once they're there, they do a lot better.
Okay.
So lastly, and the most complicated topic is libido. And, I have patients talk to me all the time. Like, I feel dead inside. I used to want sex all the time, and now I don't. Like, what's up with that? And first thing to know is this is not a problem unique to women with cancer. This is a very, very, very common problem. And as a society, we're not doing a very good job addressing it. There's 5 types of Viagra. But
I feel like there's nothing for women. And I feel like in that, and just talking to one of my sisters recently too, it's like you talk about sexual dysfunction or interest, right? You have a different schedule. Maybe you're working more, and then you've had a child, which adds other layers. And then in another group, then you've had cancer. And then there's all this, discomfort emotionally in your world, and you go to seek assistance, and it's all about, men's Viagra, or that, there's lots of, masturbation talk for men. And like there's all kinds of stuff that seemingly supports men. So I'm just glad this conversation is here, because even prior to cancer, it's complicated. We are, women are emotional beings too. So there's a lot of different layers there that comes with sex or making love or finding the right partner. I mean, there's so many.
It's multifactorial, and there's like a lot of different aspects that contribute to it. Not everyone's low libido or low desire is the same. And so I start with a couple like non-pharmacologic interventions, like lifestyle modifications, to see if we can help. But then there's some things that, are outside of my realm of expertise. Like for instance, couples counseling or communication issues, those, if patients are having those, which it always comes up, go talk to someone. There's like no shame in that at all. And it can be really helpful and give you the tools you need to communicate with your partner, which is huge.
And I think a lot of this too, like you're saying, there's so many different things that happen during cancer. So there's a lot of different levels of, I don't have my breast anymore. I'm taking hormone suppressants. I don't feel like a woman. My vagina feels numb. I mean, there's so many different things that come up. So, and it sounds like you're able to well direct people to get all the different layers taken care of. So libido is a sensitive topic.
Definitely. And even as a provider, it took me having this program a long time to feel comfortable even talking about it. And that's me. And I'm like going around trying to make a normal conversation, but it's hard because society like dictates that we should act in a certain way and say certain things. But the first thing is to address like pain, moisturization, all those issues first, because that can help. If you're decreasing pain, then it's because you're not going to fix your libido every time you have sex. It's super painful. So medications are obviously usually the culprit for women with a history of cancer, but tamoxifen actually may have less effect in zapping the libido than an aromatase inhibitor. So tamoxifen gets a bad rap, but sometimes trying to change between the two can help the symptoms a little bit. And so that's something that you can talk to your oncologist about. The other thing is some antidepressants can cause low libido, like Zoloft, Celexa, et cetera. So in patients who are on one of those, and I do think sometimes patients should be taking medication. Cancer can cause huge mood disruptions. And I'm not saying don't take medication and don't stop taking your medication if you're on one, but talk to your psychiatrist about taking bupropion instead, maybe considering it. And it's not for everyone, but it doesn't have those sexual side effects that the other SSRIs do. You want to address communication, relationship issues. I tell patients, start exercising today, because exercise increases your natural testosterone, and testosterone is what makes women's libido go. And so and then you're also feeling a little bit better about your body, your brain chemistry changes, and so that's the first helpful intervention that also helps decrease your risk of recurrence. The next is go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just on the exercise part. Like, does that include masturbation? Like, that's like the topic, right? Because I mean, not everyone has a partner. And again, you seek for information out there, and it's an awkward subject. But practicing, is that exercise? I mean,
yeah, definitely. So if you haven't thought about sex, or you're someone who had an orgasm all the time, but you haven't had one in a really long time, like that information highway in your brain, think of it as like the road lights are off. And so your brain's less likely to go there if you do that less frequently. If you try to start thinking, rev up the way you think about things, and women are different than men. It's not an automatic thing. And so think about things that make you feel sexy, whether it's watching something or listening to something or imagining something, and kind of going into that mindset. And then masturbation, it's normal, and it can really also be an amazing tool to help you rediscover your body, because after treatment, your body is completely different. In your anatomy is different, your vagina is different, your vulva is different. What may have felt good before doesn't feel good anymore, but there may be something else that feels good, or maybe other parts of your body that can turn you on. You don't even realize, and you probably won't figure it out right there in the moment with someone else when it's kind of like game time. But you need to kind of think about it allow yourself that self-care and that time to kind of get to know your own body. And so I always encourage patients to do that. And however,
and so
conversation
like
is for some people.
I know. And then on that note, I'm going to get, it is a little awkward to say, but like performance wise, not performance wise, because that's like a guy term, but it's like, what if you don't orgasm anymore? Does that mean you can still have a good sexual experience? Like the end result is always the topic, right? Like, oh gosh, I can't orgasm anymore. So what does that mean for me? Can I still have sex? Like, I know those sound silly, but I know that those things have come up in a lot of conversations at our young survivor retreats. You know?
It's not silly at all. And it's sex is not Hollywood, like jumping in the bed and in 5 seconds, like it's the best thing ever. And like everyone has an orgasm. It's like, that's so not true. It's not real life. You don't have to have an orgasm to have a satisfying sexual experience. You don't even have to have penetrative sex to be intimate and have a sexual experience. And there's all these different ways you can do that, not just foreplay, but there's other ways to be intimate that you may not even think about. And so that's kind of where, talking to your partner, or if you're not partnered, just thinking about it in a different way, you can have these intimate experiences, even sexual experiences, without even having sex.
Yeah. So, okay. That's a really great way to put it. Cause I think the pressure is on when you're like, oh my God, my body's turned off. Do I still exist in that realm anymore? So sounds like being playful and interested and
everybody's
in the mood
different
with yourself.
And everybody's different. Everyone responds to different things, and you're going to respond totally different to different stimuli after your treatment. So just get to know it, and open communication, and it's like, it's not Hollywood.
Because I mean, just like really what you were saying before, we're still women even without the hormones, right? So it's just getting to know like ourselves, and we still have a little bit of hormones, right? Like we're never completely devoid of hormones, right?
If you were devoid of hormones, you would die, because hormones do important things in your body. So there's I guess some there.
So we're still women. So it's just about really getting to know ourselves and really loving ourselves through this, because nobody else is going to love us as well as we can. And then once we start to discover that, we can share that with our partner. Like, hey, it's different now. Let's do this, or,
and there's a book that I read recently that I think covers a lot of these issues, whether it's like getting to know your anatomy, masturbation, toys, even dating for the first time after treatment. And it's called Sex and Disability, but I hate even talking about it, because I don't want women who have a history of cancer to think of that they have a disability. But it's all about getting to know your new body and kind of like safe ways to do that, and encouraging you to kind of explore that. And so I looked it up online and read it online. It was like a day's read, and it was fascinating. And a lot of young women ask me, like, I'm not partnered. How do I even get out there again and start dating? Like, I am the worst person to ask for that, because I couldn't even manage dating apps when they came out, and that was like a total nightmare. But it even talks about that. And so I've actually thought that was really helpful. It gave me a lot of advice to tell patients. So it's not a disability, but there's some really interesting ways to kind of think about it that I found in that book. So if someone's interested, they could look it up.
Perfect.
I tell patients not to be afraid of toys, and I like sexual devices, and I have like 77-year-old patients, and I have to kind of like go through this with them. They're like, no way. But then other ones are like, yes, finally someone gave me permission. But if I'm a doctor and I'm telling you it's like a prescription, don't be afraid of it. Like there's all different kinds of stuff. Like in the olden, we think of these things as being like these really big, intimidating products, but there's like totally a wide range of products out there, vibrators, stimulators, different things. And I recommend going to one of these shops that sells them, because everyone that works there is always super cool. They're very well informed. They're very open, and you can tell them what your deal is and what you're looking for. And they have the best advice. And anytime you're looking for toys, just stick to silicone ones, like non-porous materials. And then you're also going to want to wash them with like special gentle soap, and just like make sure, like hygiene, keep that, because you wouldn't want to irritate your vulva with those. But I give everyone permission to go look that up. So the other thing is podcasts can be helpful in kind of like getting those highways in your brain lit up again. And so Dipsy and Quinn have these like sexual stories. It's like designed by women for women. like there's something for everyone. I just encourage people to go just take a look at what they have, like accents, all kinds of stuff. It's really interesting, and they're like by women. Yeah, and then I also encourage patients like to, if seeing something like a film is what they're into, I just tell them to stay off YouPorn and Pornhub, because those are really bad companies and you don't want to watch those. But if you Google ethical porn, there's whole production companies of like sensual videos and sensual stories that are geared towards women. And like there's really cool articles on it that give you like a list of all the sites. And you have to pay a little bit for porn. And if you're gonna watch porn, you need to pay a little bit, because you need to make sure that all the actors and everyone's getting paid for their job.
And is of age and not trafficked. I mean, like you said, there's a lot of weird
It can be a really
layers
dark, it can be a really dark part of the world, but there's also this really bright and shiny part of it that I encourage everyone to try to find, because it's actually super interesting.
Perfect.
Basically, I know I want to be cognizant of everyone's time. There's 2 pharmaceutical options for low libido. One is flibanserin or Addy. It's a once daily pill. It works in the brain. It's not hormonal. There's studies ongoing for women with a history of breast cancer. It may have an interaction with tamoxifen, so just talk to your oncologist. Sometimes women feel dizziness. They used to say you can't drink at all if you're taking this medication, but the FDA actually lifted that. You can have a glass of wine or 2 when you're taking this medication. You just don't want to drink in the 2 hours after taking it every night.
Yeah.
Effectiveness varies. Like, the studies show that women have an increase of 1 additional sexual act per month. And so if you're someone who goes from 0 to 1, that's a huge deal. But if you're going from like 9 to 10, that's maybe not a big deal. And you probably wouldn't be taking that medication anyways. But
gotcha.
The brand new thing on the market is this bremelanotide. It's an injection. You inject your abdomen before sexual activity. And I haven't seen anyone or talked to anyone who's used this, but it's something out there. If for cancer patients who have like a history of getting all these injections, I can't see that that would be the most attractive thing. But there's something on the market and the people are working on it. And so it's to be determined, but they're out there.
Okay. Wow. Interesting.
Yeah. They have interesting websites, so check them out. The newest thing that I recently discovered is Restella by Bonafide. It's a non-hormonal plant-based supplement. Usually I'm kind of wary of supplements. I tell patients to be really careful, not spend a lot of money, just because there's not a ton of evidence on taking a bunch of different supplements, but that's a totally different webinar. But this is, the active ingredient is this pine bark extract, which has actually been used in Europe for a long time. And they have the data on this showing that it's safe and that it's effective. And it kind of works like nitric oxide, which is dilating the blood vessels. And it works that way to kind of increase blood flow. So it's been shown to be effective. I haven't had patients that I know of. I've had some people tell me about it through the music Instagram, but I haven't had any of my personal patients take this yet, but something to look into.
Interesting.
And and so it's good to know there are things coming out. It's a process, but just check back frequently. So, and the more we talk about it, the more companies are going to really focus their resources towards it.
And I like what you said. The more people that bring this topic up, obviously they're going to list out to you, okay, we're about to inject chemo. The side effects are yada, 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 yada. But I think as bring it up with our doctors, whether they have the answers or not. And if they're a good doctor, hopefully they can get you answers or steer you to somebody like you.
Yeah. And exactly. And we want to help. Like it's in our nature. So if we don't know the answer, we try to figure it out for you.
Yeah.
So other side effects that can really contribute to zapping your sexual health are managing other painful issues like bone pain. Physical therapy and acupuncture have been shown to be helpful. The pain associated with AIs is real. Sometimes switching between them can be helpful. So if you're taking exemestane, taking anastrozole, duloxetine is an antidepressant you can take in low doses, sometimes helps. Also exercise every day. It seems counterintuitive, but that can really help with the pain with AIs. Hot flashes, you can have non-hormonal treatments for hot flashes. Venlafaxine is a low dose SNRI, which is different from those SSRIs I told you about before. And it can really, because hot flashes are a process that happens in your brain where the thermoregulatory system goes haywire. And venlafaxine is shown to be helpful. Gabapentin might help, but I try to stay away from it because it can really sedate you.
Okay.
Hair loss, yeah, 5% minoxidil, which is Rogaine. It's safe to use in cancer patients. You just talk to your oncologist, but there's no recommendation saying you can't use it on your scalp. Rosemary oil, I've read from a dermatologist, is also helpful. Bimatoprost is Latisse. It helps your eyelashes grow, but you can also use it on your eyebrows after chemotherapy, and then waterproof brow color. There's a rash associated with HER2 treatment, so topical steroids, and just going to see a dermatologist if you're having any skin issues so that you can get that aspect under control. So you wouldn't want to change any meds without talking to your oncologist. These are some of the resources I use. This is the music Instagram at the top, where I try to post helpful information, evidence-based information. There's a website to find a sexual therapist in your area. I like the Sex with Emily podcast. It's a really great sex positive podcast where she talks about absolutely everything. Urogynecology is a subspecialty that addresses urinary issues and sexual health. So you can find a urogynecologist in your area. You can ask for a referral from your gynecologist. Psychology and psychiatry, obviously the mind is involved with everything, and then maybe finding your local pelvic floor physical therapist. So those are all resources that I point patients to. And lastly, yeah, just like Hollywood's not real, like it doesn't have to be perfect. A lot of women are like waiting for everything to come together, and it's going to be trial and error. You have to see what works for you, and takes dedication, but you can do it. So.
Thank you, Dr. Rojas. Thank you so much for all of this information. It was a lot. And the good thing is you're going to do a live Q&A with us here shortly. People who are watching, if you have any specific questions, please put them in the chat box for Dr. Rojas, and we'll do our best to get to as many as we can, and as well as emailing a resource sheet out to anybody that Dr. Rojas has prepared for us. And yeah, you don't have to get it perfect. You just have to get it going. And I love that. And it's hard to have the sexual conversations, I think, for a lot of women, just because of all the emotions wrapped up. But I love that you keep it playful and interesting and obviously important. So let's get after it, people.
Yeah, I give everyone permission. And if you need reinforcement, you can go to the Music Sex After Cancer Instagram, and my Twitter is my regular doctor account where I talk about a lot of breast cancer related issues. So
yeah, follow up with Dr. Rojas on her Music Sex After Cancer Instagram. There's a lot of really great information and resources there. So thank you so much for your time today, Dr. Rojas. We really appreciate you.
Thank you for including me. Thank you so much.
Have a good day.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Wow. What a robust and incredible topic. I feel like there was so much juiciness in there. I mean, the chat was going off. It looks like a lot of you guys were engaged in there. We have so many great questions. Dr. Rojas, thank you so much for joining us live. Thank you for taking the time to do the interview. And then also thank you for joining us live here to answer some questions, some really important questions. It sounds like a topic that it's kind of scary to talk about. And so creating this safe space where we can come together and have these hard conversations is so important. So I'm just really grateful that you're here. I'm going to bring Suzanne Garner, if you want to come on first. And before we jump into her questions while she's coming on, I just want to let everyone know that we are going to be doing a raffle for 2 Sunbum packs and 2 Pura Vida packs at random. Frankie will DM you, so nothing to do, but I just want to let you know. So look into your DMs. Suzanne, are you there? It takes a second for people to come on live. No? Okay. So, did you want to say something?
I was just gonna say, watching yourself is very interesting, and I feel like I was watching myself on fast forward. And so, if you guys didn't catch anything, but there were some things that even I didn't catch myself say. So head to the music Instagram, because everything I talked about, I've posted on. So, yeah, I'm gonna make a conscious effort to speak slower.
I love that. Well, I just think you want to, I do a lot of podcasts, and you want to deliver all of the content and all of the value, and which is great because you want to overserve, but sometimes it is hard to just jam it all in. I feel like we could spend a whole retreat a whole 4 days on this topic specifically. Meg's out there going like this. So I will just answer or ask, I'm sorry, Suzanne's question for her. What she says is, what exactly is happening in your body that causes a hot flash?
Yeah, great question. So it's actually nothing to do with your sweat glands or your body, but it's something that's happening in your brain. So the hypothalamus, which is in the center of your brain, very small, is in charge of temperature regulation. So it helps warm you up because your body has a way of warming up when it's cold outside and cooling off when it's hot outside. And it's with estrogen deprivation, where the estrogen goes really low, that disrupts the way that the hypothalamus works. And it's hard to imagine, but it's all happening from this small little area in your brain that's sending a nerve message to the rest of your body, telling it that it's really cold. And it's just like a system gone haywire. That's why actually the medications like venlafaxine are really helpful for hot flashes. It's like a low dose antidepressant. It's like lower dose than we would normally use. And that is really the most effective thing for hot flashes. So if they're keeping you up at night and messing up your next day, venlafaxine, I know everyone's really averse to antidepressants, but this is a baby dose, and it really, and patients really do benefit from it. Hot flashes do tend to get better, but the vaginal dryness and nose symptoms don't always get better, and sometimes they can get worse. So
what?
No. Okay, so next question, Vero, are you there? Can you pop on? I know you're on your 11-year-old's computer. But hopefully it's
sorry
working.
about that. I am. Here I am.
Okay, awesome.
I don't know what my question was. So I'm trying
Want me to read it for you?
I think you kind of answer it, but go ahead. You can read it.
It just said, would love to know if there's a supplement or exercise I could do to help in the department of painful sex.
Yeah, so she answered as far as like maybe exercise and trying to find physical therapists that specialize in that. And then she talked about, did you talk about?
I feel like we're testing you.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I got someone to ask.
It's not an exam.
Okay.
Yeah. So about the pelvic floor, so general exercise can really help, your brain chemistry. You feel better about your body. I'm sending patients to Zumba all the time. That might sound corny to someone, but I think that dance is really great. And then with regards to the physical pelvic floor physical therapist, so a lot of, in the olden days, when we didn't know that much, we would say, oh, you should just do Kegels. And Kegels are where you tighten those muscles and relax. Yeah. For women who are having these symptoms, Kegels are not the answer, because sometimes doing those Kegels can make the pain even worse. And what you want is to relax those muscles. You may not even realize it, but one of those muscles in your pelvis that's like the bowl that sits, kind of holds in all of your important organs, they may be spasming and you wouldn't know because it's involuntary. And so sometimes what you need is to relax those muscles, and it can take some biofeedback with a physical therapist or relaxation exercises and direct feedback with a specialist to help with that.
Of that. Great question. Thank you, Vero.
Thanks.
Okay, next question comes from, I'm hoping I'm going to say this right, Tierney. Are you there? And this question looked like it was kind of in response to another question. So
yeah, sorry.
Okay. No,
can you hear me?
Hi, yes.
Hi.
Did I say your name okay?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
that's fine. It's pretty phonetic. So
Okay.
No, so I've read your little music blog thing. Because I've heard of you before, and I've tried the lubes and the stuff, and I've got that in the painful sex. I've got it all under control. My libido is down, but I'm having a hard time with like orgasming. Like it just is not working.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, because it's actually a pretty common problem. And one thing that I have found that has some data on actually helping with arousal and increasing blood flow and kind of helping with that specific problem is low dose vaginal testosterone. It's not on the market. And the way, and I kind of explained it, but I was talking very fast, but the testosterone in the vagina is converted to estrogen right there, and it stays there. So the estrogen doesn't go into your bloodstream. Even if you're on a medication like anastrozole or letrozole, it doesn't change the levels of estrogen. And so there's one commercially available form of this, and it's called Intrarosa, and it's a prosterone suppository. But the problem is, if you don't have commercial insurance, you're not eligible for their coupon program. It's FDA approved for painful sex, but it's the same kind, it will have the same kind of effect and may be able to help. I think sometimes the inability to have an orgasm can be due to, can be helped with low testosterone, I mean, very, very low dose just in the vagina. The other thing is, some antidepressants can make it completely impossible for you to have an orgasm. Medications like Zoloft, Paxil, and those. So sometimes in patients, and that is, yes. Yeah, and so this is the deal. There is a solution. Talk to your psychiatrist because bupropion or Wellbutrin does not have sexual side effects. And so I don't want anyone to stop taking their antidepressant medication, but sometimes switching, and this should be only done with your psychiatrist and being monitored, but Wellbutrin or bupropion does not have sexual side effects.
Okay. I mean, it's not like the most important thing. We're with my partner, we've been working on other things, and I think it bothers him more than it bothers me. I'm fine with the intimacy and the just being with him, but it bothers him. That's not.
I understand.
So.
Yeah, and we shouldn't be faking these things anymore. I should just go out and say it. So let's find solutions and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it just speaks to the larger effect that this has and why it's so important to have these more granular and finite conversations. So thanks, Tierney. Okay, so next question comes from Camille.
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Dr. Rojas. Hello. I love your Instagram page and everything that you post and share. Thank you. My question for you is, I went and tried 3 sessions of the Mona Lisa laser because I wasn't having much luck with other options. So I was really hesitant because it's so expensive. But I didn't notice any difference at all. After 3, gynecologist says to keep doing it and it will improve. Do you think there's any reason to keep doing it past 3 sessions if there hasn't been any improvement?
Yeah, I'm so glad you asked that question because so my deal with the lasers, like the Mona Lisa laser, is that they were originally designed for the face and for other parts of the body. And now they're being marketed as part of vaginal rejuvenation. But the problem is that a woman not on breast cancer, with a history of breast cancer treatment, like a normal postmenopausal vagina may have a different response to that laser than someone who has really, really low estrogen after chemo. Are you taking an aromatase inhibitor like letrozole?
Yeah, letrozole.
Yeah. So that's the specific medication that those 3 make your estrogen so incredibly low, it interferes with wound healing. So the whole basis of that laser is that it causes these tiny little microscopic injuries in the vagina, like tiny little burns. And if that tissue can't recover, then you may not have the effects that another woman who's not on that medication would have. The studies looking at women who are taking anastrozole or letrozole, there's not that many patients in them. They haven't followed them for that long. And so right now, I try to steer patients away from the laser, especially if they're on that medication. Sometimes in women on tamoxifen, who you can give them vaginal estrogen at the same time, I think that may be a better option. But right now, without the long-term safety data, I try to steer away from it. So for you, I wouldn't keep going. I would say if you've done it 3 times, you should have seen an effect by now. So you may be someone who maybe doesn't respond that way. And that's the thing about those devices, is that everyone can have a different reaction. And all of the studies were sponsored by the machine, the people that make the machine. And so I just want, so for things like that, I just caution everyone, but I'm not saying it wasn't, there are some women who take this medication who get this treatment. I'm not saying it was the wrong thing to do. And, you know, I wouldn't spend any more money if you haven't had any symptom improvement in 3 sessions. But, you know, doing all the other things and then thinking about, for you, a vaginal hormone, low dose, either like an estrogen or the low dose testosterone, that may be really the best bet for you, especially if you didn't get any improvement with the Mona Lisa.
Okay, thank you so much. And thanks for saving me a lot of money.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
go ahead.
You guys are a vulnerable population, and you know, you've tried so many things. You've been told, no, you can't take this. No, you can't take this. No, you can't do this. And so like companies are going to target you. You know, this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. There's pink washing. There's all these negative aspects of unfortunately your survivorship. It's really not fair, but I try to just be really careful and look at the data on especially devices, because, you know, and some offices, you know, it's just I just wait for long-term safety data. Just take everything with a grain of salt. Sorry to interrupt you.
No. There's no interruption. It's your floor right now. Okay, so we have one more question. We do have a few more questions, but we only have time for one more question. So these other ones we're going to submit to you, and hopefully you can get back to them at a separate time. But Jamie, I think it's Jamie. You there? We'll see if she is there. Maybe it's Jamie. I don't know if there is a Jami. Oh, sorry. Okay, no problem. I will ask your question for you. She said it's too loud for me to ask my question. Okay, so her question says, I'm 40 years old and have 3 more years left of anastrozole. Sorry.
Anastrozole, yeah.
Anastrozole, sorry. I'm wondering if you have seen women's bodies, quote unquote, go back to normal after 5 years of an AI, if they're premenopausal.
Yeah, so great question. The deal is, and you'll have to talk to your oncologist, they may end up recommending 10 years of therapy for you, especially if you were diagnosed in your 30s. The guidelines for women diagnosed in their 30s, usually oncologists at the end of 5 years will recommend another 5 years, or they'll run a special test called the breast cancer index to see if it's worth it to add another 5 years. So in your case, because you were diagnosed before the age of 40, it's a real possibility that your oncologist is going to recommend you're on longer than 5 years. And those guidelines have recently changed. So the answer is, a premenopausal woman who has this temporary lowering of estrogen, who goes back to being premenopausal, you know, it all depends on if you got chemotherapy, then that may inhibit your ovaries from kind of bouncing back, or it may make that process a little bit more gradual. And some women, but usually it's women older than like 45 who get chemotherapy, they usually don't have their periods come back. And so those women are more at risk for the permanent issues. But women who become premenopausal again and start to have the changes, like more blood flow, and the vagina kind of goes back to the way it was premenopausal, like that can totally happen. But it also may take a little bit of dedication and a little bit of extra work, you know, like you may still need to use lubricants, or you may still need to every once in a while use moisturization. And so I would just be patient with yourself, but everyone's body is going to respond a little bit differently. Mm-hmm.
Did you want to say something else?
I was just going to say, yeah, for patients who, like I said in the talk, who have been on this therapy for a long time, the vagina is shorter, it's narrower, it's less stretchy. And so in those patients, you know, just doing a moisturizer isn't as helpful. You know, really, if you're not sexually active, using a dilator along with the moisturizer can help stretch those tissues out to make sex less painful, if the goal is penetrative sex.
Such a good conversation. Dr. Rojas, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being such a wealth of information and an incredible resource and advocate and light in this space. I definitely want to encourage everyone to go follow her on Instagram and follow the work that she's doing. For everybody else, we are going to jump into a 5-minute nature break. And then we will be back with one more doctor, and then we'll be wrapping for the rest of the day. So thank you so much, and just take this time for yourself.
Bye, guys.
All right, you guys, I think we're going to be welcoming everyone back. So just find your space again when you're ready. It looks like Megs is figuring out an audio situation. We are really excited for this next segment.
Hey, can you guys hear us?
Hi.
Yes.
Okay, good. Just gonna remove the AirPods. Cool. Okay, here we are back. I'm just gonna dive right in. I've seen a lot of people join, and I'm really excited to introduce this final doctor of the day. I have a long history with her as a professional athlete, actually. She was a Chinese doctor and went to school even before pursuing that professional snowboard career. But it was surely handy to have a Chinese doctor traveling and hitting backcountry jumps and treating my whiplash. But she has really targeted the last 15 years or so of her career in working with all kinds of people. She lives in Nelson, BC, all kinds of diseases, ailments, preventions, and is an incredibly wise woman. She's come to the last 8 years of our survivor retreats, and she's there to kind of take this massive Chinese medicine subject into this little, hour talk about, the view that Chinese medicine has on cancer and how Chinese medicine and acupuncture and cupping and Chinese herbs can help us. In fact, from 8 years of attending our retreat, she's seen and started to work with more and more cancer patients, and has her own herbal company, Little Dragon Medicinals, and we're going to talk a lot about immune health and a bunch of things coming up, but we will be raffling off some immune health kits of her herbs. So everybody who's here and participating, we're going to put your name in a raffle and Frankie will private message you. But without further ado, Dr. Kendra Starr. She is a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine, and I'm excited to have you. Hi, Kendra. Hi, Dr. Kendra Starr. Welcome so much to our first ever virtual wellness series.
Hi, Megan. Thanks for having me.
As a doctor of traditional Chinese medicine, have been with us for, so many retreats, at least for the last 8 years now. And, you've had the opportunity to see firsthand what a lot of these women go through with breast cancer. But I know that there's one thing that you really wanted to kind of start the conversation off, especially what everybody's dealing with nowadays, whether it is cancer, fears around COVID and whatnot. But it'd be great to just jump into immunity and the immune system and how Chinese medicine looks at that.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a question in everybody's mind these days with the COVID pandemic, right? Mm-hmm. So there's been a lot of people working towards mask wearing and doing all this sanitizing in order to kill any virus, but there hasn't been much attention on each individual's immune system, or immune energy is what I prefer to call it, because we can look at what is the immune system, and in an Eastern perspective and a Western medicine perspective, it's a little bit different. So in a Western medicine perspective, we're often looking more on the microbiology level of lymphocytes and macrophages and these little cells that attack other cells. And that's kind of the system that we understand as the immune system. In a Chinese medicine perspective, we're looking more on the energetic level. And actually, our first immune system is way out here. It's not even in us yet. And so if we can manage to live a good lifestyle and have good diet and breathe fresh air and get enough sleep and all of these factors that lead to a natural, healthy life and strong vitality, then you have this really strong defense field way out here. It's what people see when they talk about auras, etc. And so then it's not so important what virus is out in the environment, or you know, if someone next door has a cold, because you feel strong already within your own field. And that's what I prefer to focus on, rather than trying to kill things off or being afraid.
Yeah, so then give me a description then of what this protection is like. If you know that people are building their immunity through lifestyle and whatnot. I know that you've talked about the 4 levels of protection.
Yeah, that's called your Wei Qi in Chinese medicine. It's this layer of energy outside of our skin. And it's created by the strength of your lungs, your spleen, and your kidney energy, basically. If invading pathogenic factor gets through that layer, or if maybe you don't have strong Wei Qi and it comes right into your body, then it becomes, there's a few other levels, and it goes through what's called the Qi level, then the Yang, and then the blood being the deepest level where you get more like serious illness, where you're, you know, maybe have mania and organ shutdown and things like that. Whereas in the Wei Qi, if the disease is sitting out here or on the Qi level, you just have a fever or a stuffy nose or a cough, those sorts of symptoms. Your body is trying to fight off a bacteria or a virus. So as you go deeper, the disease becomes more serious.
Okay, got you. And so those are your personal levels of protection. And you kind of mentioned earlier that we're all individuals and we all have our own individual ways of our bodies protecting ourselves, and as well as living different lifestyles predominantly, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And
yeah,
so
everyone has different circumstances that they have to deal with. So it really takes looking into what your situation is and how you feel best in your life to find your most vital energy and your most vital lifestyle, right?
So Chinese medicine is all about the big picture. It's all about everything that goes into your ecology, basically.
Basically, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, no disease comes from one cause. Like not even symptoms of COVID, for instance. Like as we see, some people get it and they just barely get sick and they carry on. Other people are hospitalized. But what is the difference there? The virus is the same. The difference is their internal makeup, their internal ecology.
That's interesting. So not to get too deep into immunizations, because I know it's a hot topic. I know it's a in-depth topic as well, but how does an immunization basically work to create something in your body that fights off pathogens?
Well, it is a huge topic. And you know, the science, Western science model that's been given to us is that, you know, there's an injection of either an antibody, which is the cells that kill the virus, or they give you a little bit of the disease, in which case your body's supposed to create its own antibodies. But these are injected right into your bloodstream, and oftentimes there's many different antibodies or antigens in the same shot. And then also we don't know about the carrying agent, whatever that happens to be. In the Chinese perspective that we just talked about with the 4 layers, you're circumventing the entire immune system and going straight into that blood level. So you're missing the Wei Qi, you're missing the Qi level, you're missing the Yin level, and then you're going straight into the blood with either a virus or an antibody, right? So it creates, in Chinese medicine, something called a latent toxic heat in the blood.
Okay.
Yeah, and so that can create all sorts of issues down the road. Yeah.
So being as, you know, it's everybody's personal preference to get their immunizations or not, it's that perspective of Chinese medicine is working on the big picture, is working on all 4 levels before you get to that blood level and hopefully protecting yourself in some way, shape, or form. And in those levels, there's all sorts of, you know, it isn't just diet, exercise, sleep, right? There's stress, there's finding joy, right? There's all sorts of things to work on, you know, how to not trigger cortisol or, you know, negative cortisol, if you will, right? So there's all sorts of things to try to figure out about yourself.
So many. It's multifaceted to be to find your healthiest self. And yes, the emotional body is so all encompassing, and it really has a massive effect on the whole system and stress.
And
and
it's a hard thing nowadays for people. You know, how would, if somebody were to come into you and just say, you know, I'm not sleeping, I'm overthinking, I'm worrying too much. And so this is you trying to help them boost their immune system on that level, right?
Yeah, I see that a lot these days. Lots of people with not getting good sleep, and their minds are way too busy, and not enough relaxed time, not enough just fun.
That's a hard one. Well, so now let's go into another subject before we talk about fun stuff, and that is the challenging thing of cancer. And you have been to, thankfully, so many of our retreats, and you've gotten to meet so many young women, but it's still something that you're seeing. Is it something in 25 years that you're seeing more and more of, would you say, when it comes to breast cancer, maybe in younger women, or it's just something that you've focused your work on, so then there it is in front of you?
That's a good question. I definitely see more cancer recently than in the beginning of my practice. Particularly breast cancer, it's more, I think, when I'm doing retreats with you that I see more of that. You know, in my practice here in Nelson, it's a third maybe.
Wow. That's a lot. So then explain to me understanding cancer from like a TCM perspective. That'd be interesting.
Sure. So as I was saying before, it's the no disease comes from one cause, right? So there's always like this perfect storm of things that happen that create a situation or an imbalance or a disease in the body. In the Chinese medicine perspective, cancer always has three main factors. One is damp and phlegm, one is stagnation of blood or energy, and the third is toxicity. So those three things come together. Damp and phlegm is like a thickening of your fluids. And then without energy and blood movement, you get stagnation. So this thickening becomes a tumor or a mass. And then it becomes sort of toxicity to create a malignant situation.
And toxicity could be anything. It's not necessarily something in your water. Could it be negative emotions? Could it be, you know, emotional abuse or anything?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, you know, your liver deals with toxins, and whether those toxins be alcohol and drug induced or environmental toxins or human being toxins, like we all know that when you're dealing with lots of emotions of the people around you or yourself, or, you know, there's toxicity in that. And it's not just a figure of speech. It actually sits in the body as an actual thing.
And I would say from my personal experience of, as well as doing chemo, radiation, and having that amazing team of Western doctors, I still really appreciated Chinese medicine in that helping me figure out potentially, like you never know, right? But perhaps what that perfect storm was in my cancer case. And I really love the perspective of you, Dr. Gao, who came in and were like, okay, these parts can help you. Here are some, you know, the herbs, the needles and whatnot, but pulling out stuff from my blood. I love cupping. Actually, it's so intriguing. Well, so anyways, I like the perspective is that it's a whole picture.
It sure is. And so like the needles and the cups and the herbs, they're all just these little nudges to kind of get you back on the path. But then your lifestyle and your emotional body and all of these things that take personal work are just as important, if not more so, because it's you living your life, right? So you're going for a treatment, which only is a tiny percentage of your entire life. But it helps to kind of get you out of maybe a stuck situation, or to give you that nudge in the right direction to help shift the change. But learning about why each individual has gotten to a certain place is really, really important for moving forward. And even after having your chemo or having your treatment, being clear of cancer, it's still really important to look at those things. So that it doesn't come back, and so that you find, oh, my energy is still moving, great. Okay, so for me, when I'm working with someone with cancer, it's like when I'm checking their pulses and their spleen pulse is not good, or we keep seeing the same thing over and over, that's when I might start to worry a little bit. So usually I don't have microscopes, and I don't have PET scans, I don't have any of those kinds of technology devices, but when I see that someone's system isn't moving forward, isn't making change, that's when it looks more cancerous. You know, it's this type of thing that's really sticky and cloying and doesn't change. And so as soon as we see lots of change happening easily, and that's when I've worked with people over long periods of time, we start out in that real stuck time, and then eventually it's like maybe even things go back a little bit, but during one treatment they start to feel better, and everything moves. And then it's like, oh, you're fine, like you're going to be good. So that's a really nice way to be able to check in with it on a natural level.
Basically, I know that Chinese medicine is this huge, massive, vast subject, and I see you come to our retreats, and it's challenging for you because you want to give so much information, but you've just got a couple of days, and as well as giving them treatments, but you know, without giving the big Chinese medicine picture here, it's just a part. It's one of your tools. It's a part of you figuring out, which could be a lifetime for a lot of people. I know I'm still trying to figure out some things about myself, and about trying to figure out what your healthy is, and keeping that balance, and ebbing and flowing, and living in tune with nature, right? That's such an important part. I know I've heard that from several doctors. I kind of prod people a little bit, but I mean, look at you sitting right there. There's just a big healing glow around you.
I really think, especially in the cancer journey, or actually in any chronic disease journey, it's taken time, and it's taken several different things that create this situation. And in that case, it's also a learning experience. You get that diagnosis, and all of a sudden it's like, bam, okay, I have to like figure this out, right? So in that way, it's the beginning of a learning situation for each individual, and I don't think that ever really ends, the learning. You know, and you go and try some things that doesn't work for me, but that does. Okay, so then you can go that direction, and just figuring out all these things that help you as an individual feel good. And I would say just go with whatever feels the best. You know, follow your heart and follow your intuition, and how your body feels. If you feel crappy after every treatment, then maybe that's not the right treatment at this time. It might mean you just need a different therapist, or it might mean it's just not the right timing right now and it's better later on. Or there's so many facets to it, but really like going with who you are and what works best for you is a good guideline for what you want to develop in your life, right? Yeah, and
it takes
then
a lot of sitting with yourself. It takes a lot of time, and you know, I think something like cancer or dis-ease of some sort of health challenge is going to bring us all to that, having to sit with something and having to sit still, which nowadays I find really challenging. It's whether it's children or it's work or it's pursuits. It's busy, right? So I guess, you know, nature is that place that can really help us slow down, and taking a walk and being outside, connecting, dipping your toes in a river or an ocean, or, you know, even if you're living in a city, I would assume that you can find something outdoors.
Sure. Yeah. And it's true. There is so much information coming at everyone right now, and trying to figure out your pathway through it and where your center is more and more challenging for people. But you can always go to a park. You can always go to the ocean. You can always go in the forest. There's always a place, even in the middle of the city, there's a place where there's plants growing, you know, or just look up at the sky. There's always places where you can observe that. I mean, Chinese medicine developed 3,000 years ago by observing the patterns in nature. And, you know, another big piece that's come up recently is this understanding of the gut health and the microbiome and all these things, which really reflects and mirrors what we talk about with the spleen and stomach and the Chinese medicine aspect of the earth element, where that's where the dampness, remember that was one of the factors, right? In a cancer formation is dampness, which means that your digestive system isn't processing fluids well. So that whole thing of the natural microbiome with having enough microorganisms in our system and all of these things to help digestion work well. And it's we look outside and there it is, but it's also within us. We're not separate from nature. So that idea of being one with it and just observing sometimes will help shift things in your body. Just watch
we just had Jillian from Maui, and she was talking about listening to your intuition when it comes to food and really sitting with something and thinking about, you know, eating what you're really desiring and eating what really makes you feel good. Well, I can say that like grilled cheese sandwiches really make me feel good, but I know that they're probably not the best for me, right? But also I'm not eating them out of guilt, and I don't eat them very often. But you know, trying to find the right diet. You were talking about microbiome, and again, this can all be affected by stress. I know when I get really stressed, my stomach is in knots. You know, really working on your breath work. Dr. Amber had some really great tips around belly breathing and very simple things. So would you say that nature would be your simple go-to if people aren't able to access some Chinese medicine at the moment?
Yeah, for sure. Sitting in nature, breathing, calming yourself a little bit. It's really, in the Qigong session, I was talking about this central meridian of energy, and you can do that in your apartment. You know, you can just contemplate a plant, or not even, you can just imagine the dirt in your mind. You don't have to be necessarily in it, but having the connection and understanding, even just if you close your eyes and feel like you're part of the planet rather than some separate entity, you know. There's all those little ways, and our minds and our imagination is so powerful that we can create many, many changes in ourselves just by changing the mindset. I even you know, some people who come for a lot of acupuncture, they know their points already. They know which points work well, and they can actually, I've been talking to them about, you can go home and give yourself an acupuncture treatment by just imagining that feeling. And there you go, it's happening.
Wow.
You know, because the energy is already changing because your body knows it. And so, yeah, for me to get centered, because I'm feeling the same. I mean, right now, the mental health of my patients is kind of paramount. Like, this is the biggest thing that we're dealing with right now, is just people are having a hard time with all this change and all this control, and trying to stay centered and have like your space and still be at peace in the midst of all this turmoil is challenging for people. And even I've been practicing this for many years, and I still find it challenging right now. So yeah, having some time to just hear, I mean, if you're in the city, it's harder to listen to the birds and things like that, but you can create something. You can create a situation where you feel peace and quiet. And if you have to listen to a recording of nature, that might help, you know. Or if you can get out in nature, that's the absolute best. Yeah.
So on that note, then, creating peace with a storm around you, I really am speaking towards, you know, a lot of young women that I know, or women that are going through like a stage 4 or metastatic breast cancer, and how challenged they are to find that peace within. Is it, you know, something similarly, besides, you know, hopefully reaching out, having a network, having people they can lean on and talk to and process all those emotions verbally, or simply somebody to just sit with them perhaps in nature. But would you also guide, these women to the outdoors to try to help find some peace, or, how would you guide them in this time, similarly to everyone else who's in the storm?
Yeah, maybe. I think each individual is a little bit different, and it depends on their fear of death, really. Yeah. Because, you might recover from a stage 4 and you might not. And really depending on how you feel about that process. And let's talk about it, because it's something that is really, unspoken in our culture, and it's a scary thing for a lot of people, just the passing over to the next whatever comes, But I think there's a lot of power in the acceptance of understanding that that's coming for everyone at some point, right? And I know, like in my own experience, my mom passed away from cancer, and I was there with her, I held her hand, and we were all there singing to her, and that was a very beautiful passing. So I think if I was coaching with someone with stage 4 and that subject came up, I would probably talk toward what do you want to create? We talk about when we're going to have a baby, what's our birth process? What do we imagine as the best birth for our child that we could imagine? Let's work towards that. It might not happen exactly as we planned, but we can sort of curate this beautiful setting, and maybe that's something that needs to be in the conversation. And so that's not something we just don't even look at, but it doesn't mean that's necessarily where a stage 4 person is going either. They may be able to live through it and overcome the cancer. But I think we have to be open to both situations and both possibilities, right?
And so then that's just a part of the puzzle, though. You're saying this is a part of the puzzle. This is maybe a conversation we can have. And here are all the other things that we can do for you while you're here.
Yeah.
Keep you healthy, keep your body on the right path, and try to keep your mind in a nice, peaceful place.
Totally. And all of those possibilities.
Well, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And so I love it because you have that medical perspective, but at the same time, very in tune with nature. And I think that's one of the things I love about you and your work is the being in tune with nature.
Yeah.
Well, I want to just, I want to close this up and just tell you, thank you so much. And again, I know this is just a speck on everything that happens in Chinese medicine, and especially with individuals, but I love the perspective. And is it easy to find a good qualified Chinese doctor? It seems like they're everywhere nowadays.
I think there's a lot of them everywhere. Yeah, even in small towns, there seems to be 1 or 2. Usually, I mean, our little town of Nelson has probably 50 Chinese medicine doctors. So yeah, it's become more and more popular.
Well, that's great. Well, thank you, Dr. Kendra Starr. I really appreciate your time today, and I miss you, and I can't wait to get together in person again. And we'll see you at one of our wellness retreats on a mountain or at the ocean, hopefully sometime soon.
Sounds great, Megan. I love those retreats.
Yeah, I know all the ladies love you too. So we'll have your info here. One thing I did want to bring up really quick is your little dragon medicinals, the herbs that you make.
Yeah.
So we'll have a website here that people can link to and can catch up with you. So that'll be great. Okay. Bye.
Love you.
Yeah. I'm unmute. Yeah. Hi, that was great. And a lot of interesting things coming through the chat that we were able to put some questions together. But we have Dr. Kendra Starr live with us from Nelson doing a Q&A right now. Hi, Dr. Starr.
Hi. Hi, guys.
I'm going to dive right into this question because it came up a couple of times and someone even private messaged me, and it was about the liver. right? We've got these livers that have a lot going on in them, a lot of other medications that are taking precedence to be digested and worked through. What's the best way to cleanse the liver? And a lot of people feel like x-rays, MRIs, everything that they're going through, and tamoxifen is taking a big toll on their liver. Can they still cleanse that while being on these medications?
Yeah, I think my favorite way is acupuncture in that way, because there's no worries about, using herbal detoxes and things like that can be a little intense on your system and can be draining. And also sometimes drugs and herbs have interactions. So I like acupuncture because it's an energetic way, and it just encourages your liver to start cleansing itself. There's also things like, just coffee enemas or the Epsom salt baths, all those kinds of things. But I would be careful around doing the herbal spring cleanses too often, just because there's a lot of it drains your system, and a lot of people who are have been through that process of possible chemo and just through the ringer as far as drugs and medications, and your system gets weakened. And I think that I would look at more strengthening your energy than anything, because the toxicity that I was talking about before that creates this perfect storm of malignancy is already in there. It's pretty deep. It's not just in your liver. Your liver cleanses on a daily basis. It's detoxing daily, but there's still some old toxins in there, which you can work on slowly but surely, but it doesn't happen really fast. And really the source, most important, is to strengthen your earth element, your spleen and stomach, that digestive system element, so that you're creating more and more energy and vitality in your system every day. I can't hear you now. Oh.
Thank you. That's perfect.
Love that. Okay, so next question comes from Vero. Vero, are you there? Did you want to pop on?
All right. I'm here.
Hi again. Welcome back.
The lady with lots of questions. That's
I love it.
Hi.
Hi.
My question was completely not related to anything medical. I was gonna ask you if you get to go to Baldface a lot.
Oh, I've actually never been to Baldface. It's in my backyard, but I guess can't foot the bill.
Definitely make it there. Vera, you did have another question here in the chat about supplements.
Oh yeah, if you were to pick one supplement, like only one, which one would you pick?
Yeah, not a big believer in one fix-all or one supplement for across the board, because I really see that there's so many individuals. But I guess if I had to, it would be mushrooms.
Mushrooms, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
See you, Vero.
Okay, next question comes from Kelly Marie. Are you out there with us, Kelly?
Hi. I feel like you kind of answered it for me with regard to the detox, but I did wonder if you had any more information about, with regard to when we do, like, to doing a tea or, doing like the tea liver cleanses or detox. Do you have any thoughts about that with regard to the tamoxifen or the antidepressants we are taking and that impact on the liver?
Yeah, I mean, St. John's wort is one you would have to be careful of, because it can nullify your medication. And there's so much gray area as far as which herb and which drugs interact in a lot of places there. I wouldn't go on too many herbal liver detoxes unless you have guidance with someone who's checking the rest of your vitals and making sure that you're strong enough to handle it.
Okay.
Because all detoxes are draining to some level. And the best time to do like a detox is the spring.
Okay.
Just right now it's coming into, I don't know where you live, but if you're coming into winter season, then it's good to start just nourishing yourself.
Okay. So
but I know it might not be where you're at in your journey. Like you might have just taken in a whole load of chemo or something like that, in which case, have you ever heard of the coffee enemas?
No. Can you tell me more about that?
Well, the caffeine and things works differently coming from the GI tract than it does when you ingest it, right? So you don't want to do it all the time, but a little bit can help the liver get rid of dying off cancer cells. So that's part of the toxicity. It's not just, I don't know your story, but it's not just the chemo and the medications or the tamoxifen, it's also the dying cells of cancer has become a toxic load on the liver.
Oh, okay.
And so you can use like just a tiny little bit of organic coffee. You cook it on the stove, not like in your coffee maker, but you actually cook it like a herbal remedy, you know, for like 45 minutes.
Okay.
And then you use that, you strain it, and you use an enema bag, you know. You can give yourself an enema that way, and you sit with it for 15 minutes or so, and then you have to go to the bathroom.
Cleanses that way.
Yeah. Yeah. So
That's
look into it, study up on it a little bit more, but that's one interesting way. There's some like juice cleanses, you know, cilantro and celery are good liver cleanses that are just super gentle. And, and you know, you could have that in your food or as a in your juices and things like that as a pretty steady thing.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, there was these, I'm just going to say that, there was like these organic detox teas that have, you know, fennel, peppermint leaf, cinnamon, star anise, and whole pepper. And I just didn't know like what your thought in green tea and whether that's like something to have that with when I'm taking tamoxifen and venlafaxine, you know, an antidepressant, if that's a bad thing to be taken at the same time, and if that's going to interrupt the effectiveness of the tamoxifen in my, you know,
is it just a
liver.
tea bag that you pour hot water on?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And did you say that licorice was part of that?
The licorice root was in one other type of tea, but it's not in this one. Oh, wait a second. Star anise? Is star anise a licorice?
It's licorice flavor, but it's not licorice. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think that's fine because it's just a tea. It's very mild. So your drugs are way, way, way stronger than that.
Okay.
So anytime it's just a tea bag or something, it's pretty light.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the information. It's really helpful. And the 3 factors that you discussed, I just never even heard that before. That's really helpful. And I have been getting some acupuncture, and that's been really helpful too. So thank you for mentioning that being effective too, because it's good to know.
So I just find looking into where those 3 factors might have come into play for you down the road, like before, and then looking at what changes might need to happen in order to turn that around. Yeah.
Right. I mean, I was taking the acupuncture for bone pain. I didn't realize the acupuncture had liver detox effects. So that's super helpful to know. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks for my question answer.
Yeah. Have a great day.
I'm in California, by the way.
California. Okay. So it's just hot all the time.
Yeah.
Well, you know, just really quick before we, you know, on that subject, we had somebody reach out about, you know, liver mets and what's a supportive therapy that you can do for liver mets. Would those coffee enemas be considered somewhat gentle and supportive if somebody did have liver mets?
Sorry, 1 second. Mitch, I'm busy.
Mom life.
Liver mets, sorry.
Yeah, liver mets. If somebody does have liver mets, would those coffee enemas be something that's gentle and supportive, or what would you suggest that could be supportive for liver mets?
You have to explain liver mets. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Like metastases, like if somebody.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
Yeah,
metastases. Sorry. No, I would only do that with guidance.
Yeah.
Only with guidance. Yeah,
that's a big subject when somebody is managing that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Acupuncture is a good way with liver metastasis to help the liver. It just does not, because it's so energetic, you're not dealing with an internal thing that's gonna the internal medicine is more complicated to self-prescribe when you're in that kind of situation. So it's better to have some guidance with it for sure.
Great, thank you for that. Camille, are you available?
Oh yeah, I was asking, sorry, I was really into that last answer too. I got checked.
I can read it for you if you want.
No, it's okay. So actually, because I didn't hear the answer, did you say that coffee enema would not be advised with liver mets? Is that what you said?
Well, I just wouldn't do it across the board. I wouldn't suggest just go for it. I would say check with the people you're working with and just see if it's appropriate for you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so my
I would take it with care. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The question I was asking though, you mentioned strengthening the spleen. Sorry, instead of a bunch of like detoxes, try strengthening the spleen, the stomach. Yeah. I love that idea, but haven't heard it phrased that way. How do you strengthen a spleen or stomach?
Yeah. That's a great question. So it's interesting because it's not always one thing. And we think about digestion, we think about food right away. But many people have this cancer story and they have an amazing diet, like organic food. It's always warm, doing all of this care in their food and their diet because it's the easiest thing for us to change. The picture of the earth element and the spleen and stomach is bigger than that. It's how you digest things in your life. It's if you worry and overthink. It's if you've had a lot of antibiotics in your past, that freezes your digestive system. So there's something to do there to warm it up. The digestive system likes warm foods, simple foods, not too saucy, not too oily, and definitely not frozen. So it's a bit of a gradual process of doing that kind of thing of like eating warm. Soups are always good. Like you can't really go wrong there. I like to also suggest some herbs that are just food cooking herbs that help. Like a lot of the Ayurvedic or Indian foods are stimulating to that digestive system and they wake up the spleen if it's gotten cold or asleep, basically is what happens. It gets kind of like sluggish and asleep. So things like cardamom and cinnamon and ginger and fennel and anise, they're all good. They're called aromatic herbs and they help sort of get it stimulated and wake it up again. And then you have to look at your personal situation. Are you a worrier? Do you overthink? And how are your boundaries? Have you been just like giving to everyone all of this time and not receiving? That is another big piece in that whole earth element scenario. And lots of moms are over givers to the detrimental state. So it's really important thing, and it doesn't happen quickly or easily, but you can just keep your eye on that. And if you're feeling like your interactions with people enliven you and make you feel good, then that's a good giving situation and there's some receiving coming back. If you feel drained afterwards, then you probably just wasted a lot of your energy and it's not helping that. We call it the earth element, which is your spleen and stomach. That digestive piece.
Thank you.
So there's a few factors and it's like, it takes a little bit of just investigative work to figure out where the key one is for you personally. Yeah.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, a lot. I took a lot of notes. Thank you.
Yeah. The boundaries one and the giving and receiving. The earth element's natural propensity is to give, but also to receive, right? Just, it's all about food and nourishing and how we take care of others. And that actually feels really good, the caring and the giving, but it can't always be going outward. It also, you have to give to yourself and receive caring from others. And so there's all those factors.
Yeah.
That's a big subject as well. I feel like in this community, more often than not, it's a conversation that we have, and to us, giving feels good. Giving feels great. It's what keeps us, alive in a lot of ways is to give and whatnot. But learning to receive was definitely a big lesson of mine.
And also there's the piece about like, for givers, it almost feels guilty to not give when you, and so there's a learning there to stop feeling guilty about this, because you can't hurt enough to help someone else.
Yeah.
Like if you're hurting, it's not helping someone else. So you first of all got to take care of what's going on within, and then you have something left over to give, right? Like it's, and it's a innate guilty feeling if you know that somebody needs more help, but they're maybe not accepting it anyway. So it's a tricky little road to travel, and just to discover it for yourself and how it works best for each person. But yeah, it's important.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you. I've got a question from No Name. We didn't have a name, just a couple numbers, but I'm going to ask this. So there's a couple of layers here. One is this person experiences for 24 hours, they've got this blissful acupuncture high. I know that high. And then she seems to feel a polar opposite extreme low. And is this normal? And if it's normal, how can she avoid the blissful high and then the dive?
Oh yeah. Okay. And then she's also got a thing about using cannabis in conjunction with acupuncture.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So probably a couple of factors there. Although cannabis is very helpful and useful for many things, I wouldn't go for your acupuncture high. Because it's a bit of a coyote medicine, and as people who have used marijuana know, sometimes you feel tired and sometimes you feel hyper, and so it can mess a little bit with the energy flow in your acupuncture treatment. It doesn't mean you can't use it, but just not right before. And then on the other hand of that, if it has nothing to do with cannabis and you feel a high and then a big tanking low, there's a few things that could be happening. Because acupuncture uses energy, moves energy, it also uses energy. So if you are really depleted and tired, you might only need a few needles. And depending on your acupuncturist and if they're sensitive to that, it might have been too strong of a treatment. And so sometimes just backing off a little bit is more like right in the perfect zone of what you need. And then also sometimes if it's your like first or second treatment and it's just a big whoa, it's a bit of a healing, just what they call healing crisis, but it's really just like you're going through it and you need to rest. The other part about acupuncture that's interesting one is our nervous system. And when we're running on high fight or flight mode all the time, and then you have a treatment and it's like whoosh, puts you in more of that calm, restful state. Many people are not used to that. And it feels like all of a sudden you're not running on your adrenaline, then you're running on what you've actually got there. And it might feel like surprisingly tiring. So I would suggest rest in that day.
Thank you. That was Jasmine who dove in with that question. Thanks, Jazzy. And I'm just going to answer this question really quick. Can you find the enema kit at the pharmacy or just online? Actually, both. I know a lot of integrated pharmacies that actually are compounding pharmacies, or even just regular pharmacies that have enema kits. So you can get them either or. And then we're gonna wrap here, and then I want to let everyone know that we've got a sound bath next with Tracy Lynn. I don't know if you've ever experienced a sound bath, but if you have headphones and a really comfy space, just sit back and relax. And then as soon as the sound bath is done, in about 25 minutes or so, we're gonna just ask everybody who isn't in the survivorship community to say goodbye for the day. And then we've got an unrecorded space that's going to be for our survivorship community. We can hit subjects or topics of the day that you guys want to go over. Anybody wants to share anything in particular, I'd love to introduce some of you. I see some names from different places or in a similar place. Maybe you guys can get together in person here. And so just know that we're going to have that for about an hour, just post kind of wrapping the event day, but it's a safe place. We're not recording, and Carrie and I will be hosting. And thank you everybody for joining us. And I'm going to let Tracy dive into the sound bath healing because it's beautiful. And I hope you all enjoy it. Talk to you in a little bit.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Yeah? Awesome. Okay, so thank you so much. I'm really excited to end the day with a sound bath. I know that I have actually personally sound bathed some of you. So let's take a second also to make sure that everybody is muted. So that's really important. Just kind of double check, make sure that you've got your mics muted. Cool. So I want to just really briefly go over the instruments that I'm going to be using for this sound healing. So this big gong that's behind me is called an Atlantis gong. And this is a water element gong. This is my most recent, I like to call them my babies. So this is my most recent baby that was given to me by my mother for my birthday. So I really like using gongs to start a sound bathing practice, especially these low tonal things, because they drop us into a meditative state. I started doing sound bathing about 4 years ago when I was working in mental health facilities with chemical dependency, because I was looking for a way to help my clients get to meditative states, because dropping into parasympathetic, into your rest and digest is so important. And using sound is a really nice focus point. And because the frequencies are so pure, typically you just go into those theta brainwave states. So after a little bit of gong work, I'm going to go into my bowls. These are a little bit of a higher tone. These are made of clear quartz. And it's a really, really lovely way. Again, just all these things kind of harmonizing together is really nice. So typically I would do sound bathings for like 45 minutes to an hour. So we're just going to give a little taste of this to you. I encourage you to continue pursuing sound healings as a way to, again, drop into meditative states, or to just kind of explore what it's like almost in these like semi-psychedelic, I don't know, kind of brain travels. That's where I like to go and where I like to use them. So I want to just quickly do a little sound check to make sure I don't like go a little crazy on your ears. So I'm going to test this with the gong. If you think it's too loud, just let me know and I'll drop the gain down on my mic. Also, I'm going to be handling the mic, so if you hear me like touching it, that's why. It's not perfect, but this is how we do in the digital world now. So I hope that's not too loud. Sounds pretty good to me. Yeah. And then usually the bowls aren't too intense. Cool. So again, I want you to find a comfortable place here that can be seated, that can be laying down. If you have like an eye pillow or a little blanket to put over your eyes, just to take the light down a little bit, that can also be really helpful. Cool, thank you. And we'll just start with some breath here. If there feels like there's any stuckness, I know that you all also consumed a lot of information, so maybe you feel like you've got some chitti vritti or a little bit of busy brain going on. So I want this to just settle everything into your body and into your mind. Try to let your jaw be really soft. Take in the sounds of the room around you. Maybe the sound of your own breath. And I don't want anybody to rush getting up or out of this space, but simply have this really slow reintroduction to your senses. Perhaps some movement feels good in the body, gentle rocks of the head side to side. Perhaps you stimulate your nervous system by doing what's called pandiculation, which we all do as animals. So you can tense your muscles and stretch out and then completely soften them and release to bring yourself back. So again, thank you everyone for letting me sound bathe you. Yes, thank you, Kendra. Let me know in the comments if you felt anything interesting. Perhaps you visualized something. I always like learning about that from people.
I feel like there's really only one word for that, and that is just delicious. Like the entire experience is just from the cadence of your voice to the sound of the instruments. I mean, it just is so nourishing, and that's exactly what we wanted to bring today. So thank you for just putting such a beautiful exclamation mark on all that we experienced today. You have such a gift, and we are so grateful to you for bringing that.
Thank you, Carrie.
Thank you, Tracy. Love you.
Love you, Megs.
So at this time, we just want to invite everyone who is in the survivorship community to continue to stay on. And if you are not, we just wish you a beautiful farewell and thank you so much for being with us today. We are going to, in just a few minutes, stop recording and head into a really, there's no direct guidance that we have for this next hour, but being in community and sharing conversation and sharing our hearts and sharing, just what we've experienced over the last few hours. We want to create a space for those who are in the survivorship community to just offer some downloads, offer some digestion, offer some space for integration, whatever that looks like. So yes. Yeah, Frankie, thank you for saying that. Anyone dealing with a diagnosis at any time in their life are welcome. This is a safe space to discuss and share. Yeah, and I'd say if you're feeling called to stay, then stay. Follow that nudge for sure. Wouldn't you agree, Meg?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think this is an important conversation even for people to lean in. Lots of loved ones always are having questions. How can I do more to help my loved one? And I think being around conversations like this is part of that, and being able to listen in to what we're all going through as a community, whether we are managing cancer right now or we're post, or I think that's helpful to be around that. So loved ones, friends, family, sisters, of course, feel free to lean in here. But yeah, this is a space that I just wanted to make sure, we're not recording right now.